Hi, everyone. I'm Don Cravens Jr., Executive Vice President and Chief Operating of the National Urban League. On behalf of the National Urban League and our President and CEO, Mark Morial, welcome to the National Urban League's 5th Annual Small Business Capitol Hill Virtual Summit, presented by our friends at Wells Fargo. I want to thank the hundreds of small business owners and entrepreneurs of color who are joining us today to learn about starting and growing a business, accessing capital, securing federal small business contracts and opportunities, and advocating on behalf of small businesses to our members of Congress. Today, you are going to hear from some of the best and brightest minds in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. You're going to hear from people from the Small Business Administration. You're going to hear from folks at the Minority Business Development Agency. And all of these men and women are going to provide really the best in information that you can get anywhere in the country as it relates to entrepreneurship and small business development. So you've come to the right place for help, and you've come to the right place for pertinent information. Also, some of you will have an opportunity on day 2 to talk to your members of Congress or to their staffs about the policies that impact small business owners. This is also important. It's important that you not only invest in your own small business, but that you always are advocating on a local, a state, and federal level about the policies that impact your business. Only you know what the playing field is like for small businesses. Only you know what the playing field is like for small business owners of color. And so if your voice is not heard, if you don't shout out sometime to our leaders what's going on and what you need to succeed, then our leaders don't know how to provide that help. And so it's important that those of you who have that opportunity, you also take full advantage of that opportunity to speak to your elected officials, speak to the staffs, speak to the administration and those officials as well, and let them know what's going on with small businesses in our country. As someone who's been working in small business policy for over a decade now, I know the importance of being an advocate for yourself. So let me give you just a little advice. An entrepreneur should always be asking questions about the 3 C's: capital, counseling, and contracting. Remain diligent. Always ask questions about those 3 C's. And rely on organizations like the National Urban League and the MBDA and the SBA to help you answer those questions about the 3 C's. We at the Urban League have been working on entrepreneurship since 1910, when we created our organization. And we do it in 92 affiliates in 36 states, including the District of Columbia. We have entrepreneurship centers in 13 locations all across America: Atlanta, Baltimore, Chicago, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Houston, Jacksonville, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New Orleans, Los Angeles, and now Las Vegas, and now the great city of St. Louis. So take advantage of those centers. Take advantage of the small business development centers. Take advantage of the minority business development business centers as well. Be diligent. Ask those questions about capital, counseling, and contracting. Now, look, we couldn't bring all this great information to you without our partners at Wells Fargo. And when we started this program 5 years ago, Wells Fargo was there with us then, and they're still with us now. And I'm so proud to introduce to you one of their representatives who's not only just a great small business advocate, but also a dear friend and sister of mine, Ms. Erica Miles. Erica serves as the Senior Lead Diversity and Inclusion Consultant, and also serves as a Senior Vice President on the External Engagements team at Wells Fargo. So what does that mean? That means she's very important, and she's a very important sponsor as well. She's here today on behalf of our gracious sponsor, Wells Fargo. And as I said, Wells has been with us for 5 years. And so at this time, it's my honor to introduce to you our sponsor, Ms. Erica Miles. Good morning, Erica.
Good morning, Don. You are a friend and brother indeed, and I'm so glad to be here. And thank you so much for that kind introduction and warm welcome. But greetings to everyone, and welcome again to the 5th Annual Small Business Capitol Hill Summit. Again, my name is Erica Miles, and I'm a Senior Vice President at Wells Fargo and Company, who is the proud sponsor of this summit. We are truly glad to have you join us today. Wells Fargo is proud to have partnered with the National Urban League since the inception of this event. But I would note that this is one of several initiatives where we are joint in our commitment to supporting small businesses across America. We are all aware of the strain that the COVID-19 pandemic put on Main Street businesses like yours. As business owners, many of you struggle to pay yourselves, make payroll for your employees, mitigate against COVID-19 infection, all while trying to maintain services for your customers and communities. It was a tall order indeed. However, some relief was on the way in the form of the Paycheck Protection Program, known as PPP, in which Wells Fargo participated as a lender. Wells Fargo booked approximately 282,000 loans with an average loan size of $50,000. 85% of those loans went to businesses with 10 employees or less. Although PPP offered some relief, Wells Fargo identified other ways it could help and established the Open for Business Fund. From August 2020 to December 2021, we donated roughly $420 million to community development financial institutions known as CDFIs for capital, for technical assistance, and for long-term resiliency programs for small and diverse-owned businesses most affected by the economic downturns during the pandemic. To further the work on small business resiliency, Wells Fargo is also supporting a partnership of the National Urban League and the think tank Third Way to analyze the state of minority-owned businesses and their entrepreneurial needs. And there is yet more work to do. Before hopping on the Wells Fargo Stagecoach last June, I served as the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for the House Financial Services Committee under the leadership of Chairwoman Maxine Waters. I am most proud of the policy work I helped accomplish with my former colleagues, including the Paycheck Protection Program and set-asides in PPP for minority-owned banks and CDFIs so they could better reach underserved businesses. But my work on these same concerns and commitments is continuing for me here at Wells Fargo. I want to sincerely thank my Wells Fargo colleagues and our friends at the National Urban League, including Don, who have worked to make this summit a success. During this summit, please expect to hear from diverse leaders and small business experts who we believe will provide a robust discussion about policies that impact small business development. Wells Fargo is glad to create a forum via this summit where small businesses can hear from and share with Capitol Hill policymakers. I hope that you enjoyed this year's presentation of the Small Business Capitol Hill Summit. And on behalf of Wells Fargo, thanks again for participating. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Erica. And again, just thank you and Wells Fargo for all of your support. And I hope we can continue to count on it for years to come. Well, I also want to thank all the women and men who've worked behind the scenes to make this wonderful event. I know it'll be a success. And so I want to thank our teams at our New York headquarters, as well as our Washington bureau, where I used to work and live as well, for making this event for what I know it'll be a great success, in our production and all the great men and women who are behind the scenes to make it a success. Well, there you have it. We have a purpose. We've got a cause. We've got great speakers, and most importantly, we've got all of you, all of our entrepreneurs who are here with us. Let's have a great, great summit. Let's have a productive day. And don't forget about the 3 C's that are important to entrepreneurship: capital, counseling, and contracting. God bless you. Have a great summit.
Thank you so much, Don and Erica. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Devon. I'm the Vice President of Entrepreneurship and Business Development with the National Urban League. And in this role, I oversee all of our small business work, including our Entrepreneurship Center program, which Don mentioned earlier. Welcome to the first session of the day of Fireside Chat with federal officials. We have 2 extremely dynamic leaders who are going to join us for this intimate conversation where they will discuss the great work that they are doing at 2 agencies that have been tasked with assisting small and or underserved businesses. So let me introduce you without further ado to our 2 dynamic leaders. Our first speaker will be Ms. Natalie Madera Cofield. She is the Assistant Administrator of the SBA Office of Women's Business Ownership. Ms. Cofield in this role serves as a senior executive, providing oversight, management, leadership, and championship of female entrepreneurship. As an assistant administrator, Ms. Cofield will oversee the largest expansion of the Women's Business Center network in the history of the Small Business Administration across its nearly 140 center footprint and more than $70 million in federal grant making to support the growth of women-led businesses. Our next speaker is Ms. Joanne Hill. She is presently serving as the Chief of the Office of Business Development for the United States Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency, also known as the MBDA. In this role, she leads the Office of Business Development and has oversight of this division. As a federal program officer, she leads the nationwide network of 75 MBDA business centers, programs and initiatives including export centers, advanced manufacturing centers, federal contract procurement, enterprising women of color, equity multiplier, entrepreneurship for the formerly incarcerated, minority serving colleges and universities, and American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian programs. You can see this is just a brief snippet of their bios, and these women are no joke. You are going to really enjoy this conversation with them and get great nuggets of information. And so without further ado, let's get this conversation started. So my first question is going to be for both of our panelists. So Natalie and Joanne, I hope you don't mind me calling you by your first names. The Biden-Harris administration has said that they are committed to reducing barriers that underrepresented and underserved entrepreneurs often face in accessing the programs they need to recover, grow, or start their businesses. So if you wouldn't mind, let's just speak first of all, about what role your agency plays in ensuring that the resources needed to improve long-term economic small business and recovery and resilience are in place. So I'll start with Natalie and then we'll move to Joanne.
Wonderful. Well, first, thank you so much for having me. It's great to see many colleagues and familiar faces that have been a part of my own personal entrepreneurial journey. So I'm excited to be here. So, just talking about the role that the Small Business Administration plays and has played in economic recovery, putting a few things in context. So SBA is really the singular voice within the federal government to support all small businesses. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were responsible for really being the economic engine of connecting directly with Main Street small businesses across the nation and deploying billions of dollars in capital directly to these small businesses. We went pre-COVID pandemic from 50,000 small businesses that we worked with through our network of 5,000 financial intermediaries to 11 million small businesses that received capital directly from the Small Business Administration through various programs that we had. PPP is probably the most named and well-known, but we also deployed billions of dollars in shuttered venues funds. We deployed billions of dollars to support the restaurant revitalization fund and other initiatives and programs, including the COVID EIDL program, which the administrator did a phenomenal job of increasing the access to capital that small businesses had. And so the products for the small business recovery are really kind of coming from SBA, including all of the contracting vehicles that exist. They come through the Small Business Administration. We did know when the Biden-Harris administration came in, as an appointee in this administration, one of our main charges was about making sure that access to all of these resources were more equitably distributed. And so two things. When I came on board, the American Rescue Plan was passed, and in that included $100 million to support the establishment of the Community Navigator Pilot Program. And myself and my colleague, Mark Madrid, along with the administrator and other members of the team, were responsible for designing this program, which in turn funded 51 organizations and nearly 400 spokes across the country, including, which we're very excited about, the National Urban League, to make sure that every community across the country that's not touched by possibly one of the more than 1,500 small business resource centers that the Small Business Administration has across the nation was getting deep dive, connection, culturally competent, relevant information from SBA and from these partners. The second thing is women are the fastest growing entrepreneurial segment in the country, and Black women are leading the charge in that space. And I have myself been a Black woman entrepreneur. And so being able to be the first Black woman to serve as the assistant administrator at the Small Business Administration, full stop, then adding the Office of Women's Business Ownership there, full stop, being the highest ranking Black woman at the Small Business Administration, full stop, is an honor for me. And what we've done in the last year and a half since I've been in this position is increase the number of women's business centers that we have, added 26 new women's business centers, including a women's business center in Tulsa, Oklahoma on Black Wall Street, women's business centers all across the country. And now we have a women's business center in every state in the nation. That was not the case prior to this administration, and it was not the case prior to me coming into this role. So those are some of the tangible, real things that are happening from the Small Business Administration that I personally have been a part of. And I look forward to hearing all the amazing work that MBDA has been doing as well.
Thank you, Natalie. Joanne.
Thank you. It's great to see you again as well, Natalie. It's wonderful to see you. So yes, at MBDA, I've been with the agency now for just over 2 decades. And over those 2 decades, I have watched the evolution of the agency come to a really grand place in the history of the life cycle of the organization. We celebrated our 50th anniversary just over 3 years ago now. And I am very proud to say that in this lifetime, I got to see and witness the agency becoming permanent through the authorization of the Minority Business Development Act of 2021. Since that time, translate to relating back to the question that you asked, Stephanie, what does that mean for minority business enterprises under the Biden-Harris administration? What that's going to mean is that we are going to significantly expand our programmatic footprint. So for example, today we have 35 MBDA business centers located across 25 states in the United States. We have a competition out right now to expand our footprint in 6 additional states. We have a section, in fact, this afternoon, we have another part of our pre-application conference that's going to take place from 2 to 3 p.m. But we are expanding our footprint with our business centers, and those business centers are going to do a lot of what you heard at the kickoff of this session by Mr. Don Cravens, providing access to capital, access to contract, and access to counseling. I would also build on that to add that we also provide capacity building to help MBEs. Another nugget and critical aspect of the MBDA Act is going to be a rural business center program. We will incorporate and build out a rural business center program. As you know, there are many women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses that are located throughout rural America. Those firms will also now receive business assistance centers through the MBDA. We also have our Enterprising Women of Color initiative that I'm very proud of. As you know, and I know Natalie, you being in your role at SBA, and we've done many events together, just a few stats that I did want to share with you as a part of our program. As of 2019, 6.4 million minority-owned, women-owned businesses employed nearly 2.4 million people. And they generated more than $422 billion in revenue. And this is according to the American Express State of Women-Owned Businesses report in September of 2019. Additionally, women-owned businesses represent 42% of all businesses. The same report also estimated that if the revenues generated by minority women-owned firms match those currently generated by all non-minority owned women businesses, they would add 4 million new jobs and almost $1 billion in revenues to the US economy. This is why MBDA intentionally went out to build on our portfolio of investments and establish the Enterprising Women of Color Business Initiative. Also, our business centers supported the PPP, payroll protection, when MBEs became impacted by this pandemic that they are still notably recovering from. They needed help. And we see that today as we look at the performance and we hear from our troops on the ground through our portfolio of business investments, they're still sharing with us the impact that the pandemic has had on their businesses that they're still continuing to rebuild from. That is the reason why it is an absolute imperative that we continue to build out our investments and carry out the equity agenda, if you will, of the Biden-Harris administration that we're carrying out as an agency. I also wanted to note that access to capital is huge. You heard that when Mr. Cravens mentioned, capital, that's the first thing that came out of his mouth. Why? Because that is the #1 impediment for minority-owned businesses and all small businesses. Access to capital is critical. We have a new equity multiplier initiative that we have launched that's being administered by the MBDA Enterprise Center operator there in Philadelphia. The other special mention that I absolutely have to mention regarding access to capital is that within the last couple of weeks now or so, MBDA signed a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Department of Treasury to partner with them for the launch of the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This initiative is being centered on providing venture capital for minority business enterprises. Please stay on the lookout for the notice of funding opportunity announcements that are expected to be let in the near future. That's at a high level. I know there's a lot more for us to talk about, and I'll talk some more, but I'll stop there, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And we've touched on a number of things which I'm going to, work my way through. There is a lot there to unpack and talk about. And we know, first of all, that we are still emerging from this pandemic, and we know that both minority and women-owned businesses have been tremendously impacted, and that really is on top of systemic challenges that they were already facing, everything from systemic racial discrimination, which of course has led to racial wealth gaps, slower job creation, lower intergenerational wealth, limited capital access, which all of which you've touched on. As we emerge from the pandemic, and you've both really talked kind of at a high level about the programs that you're working with, I'd like to know a little bit more, just a little bit deeper dive into some of the work that you're doing. And Natalie, you mentioned the Community Navigator pilot program, and of course, the National Urban League is a part of that. I'd like to hear a little bit more specifically about how the program is going and how you think it's going to benefit, or has it already begun to benefit businesses. We found there's two things that folks were not aware of. One is, or there were two problems. One was access, but the other was even awareness. So do you anticipate that this program will be able to successfully do both as you seek to help the underserved populations?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great question as well. Congress funded and we designed the Community Navigator program because of a number of things, including the fact that just historically government has not been the greatest marketer of its programs and services. And that's where organizations like yours and collaborative partnerships across the country really come into play in terms of making small businesses across the nation more aware of what is actually available for them, and oftentimes available to them for free. And so the Community Navigator pilot program was funded to, and words like culturally competent were included in the legislation and included in the design of the program. Our definition of communities across the country included rural American communities, included urban communities, included explicitly Black, Latino, Hispanic, Native American, Asian Pacific Islander communities, veteran and women-owned small business communities across the nation. And even in the design of how we deploy the program was about building equity in program design. We did not want to have large cities like, not to pick out New York, but like New York City competing against smaller cities like Topeka, Kansas, and knowing that the economies, even in that application, may be very different in terms of what small cities and municipalities have access to and their own proposal responses. And so when we designed the program with 3 different categories, national, statewide, and rural, we even designed the program to be deployed in an equitable ways. And what we've seen is that partners have been extremely creative in doing what they do best, which is reaching the communities of small businesses that they know better than anyone else. We just wanted to make sure that they had the funding, and all of the partners that they were working with also had the funding to get the job done. So this program was funded for 2 years. As was mentioned, we were able to design something that amplified to be able to reach nearly 500 organizations across the country, going deeper and deeper into nodes across the nation. And this is on top of the nearly 1,000 small business development centers that SBA has, 141 women's business centers that we have, and the hundreds of SCORE chapters that the Small Business Administration has, where you can go in and receive counseling, training, community, technical assistance, advisory services, bid proposal support across the board, across the nation. And many of these programs have also been funded to be able to deploy these programs online, as we've seen. You know, the days of just having your programming be available to people who can physically walk into your offices are over. And you need to be able to do both for folks that are at home or wherever they are, to be able to have equitable access to resources. As it relates to kind of what we're doing specifically on the women's front, as I mentioned, you know, going through the largest expansion of the Women's Business Center network in the history of the Small Business Administration is no small feat. And in fact, since, as I mentioned, I've been in this role, we did the first ever competition for minority serving institutions, understanding that we want to rear up the next generation of women entrepreneurs on minority serving institution campuses across the country. We deployed 1.2 million across the nation for that. I'm excited to see that NBDA is doing and has been doing this work, and is following suit and has paved the way around this as well. And so I think what you see between both Joanne and I and NBDA and SBA is a nice complement when you have an administration that has put equity at the forefront. SBA and NBDA are able to work together like never before, and to see programs overlapping like never before, and to support organizations like never before, because on his first day in office, the president signed an equity task force, an equity executive order that resulted in the Small Business Administration and agencies across the administration in establishing equity task force. And I had the honor of leading that work for the Small Business Administration. And just last month, the president released 90 executive responses to his executive order from agencies across the board, from NASA to the SBA, from Commerce, to Department of Defense, looking at what can we all do to serve more of the American public, not less, but more. And how can we be deeper in communities across the country?
Thank you so much for that response, Natalie. That's really important. And for folks to know that the president has been so vocal and has really stood behind ensuring that businesses have the resources they need, and bringing the agencies together. And Joanne, I just wanted to, just see if you had some additional thoughts you wanted to add to what Natalie has said.
Absolutely, Stephanie, and just to build on, if you will, what Natalie shared about the president's commitment and these executive orders. As a part of our Equity Council at the Department of Commerce, one of the committees that I serve on for underserved businesses and underserved communities, we have 6 executive orders that deal with minority-owned businesses. Those are, I know them so well now. They are 14031 that focuses on Asian Americans. We have 14045 that focuses on Hispanic Americans, 14049 that focuses on Native Americans, 050 focuses on African Americans, and 14041 focuses on HBCUs. To the point that Natalie was making, we are taking this very serious. And it is a whole of government approach and stance that we're taking. As a part of our work, we are working very closely with the SBA. We're also looking at how we strengthen our collaboration with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Those of you that are on this call today, if you're tracking spend and what the administration has put out with regard to the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act, there's over $1 trillion in investments and funding that's going to be made available to business across America and commerce. And MBDA is at the table with the organizations, federal agency partners, if you will, that are receiving these funds. We have this partnership with the U.S. Department of Transportation. And Natalie, I know that SBA is going to have a role, of course, with this national roadshow that we're going to be launching in the near term. And our goal is really to make certain that MBEs from the selfish side of MBDA are at the table and that they are able to benefit from the more than $1 trillion in spend that has been let. The other critical point that I would like to acknowledge and make note of is that, you know, federal agencies are being required to be held accountable for ensuring that spend goals are met with doing business with MBEs. That's serious business. And we have a moment in time where we have this opportunity and we can ensure that MBEs are helping to build and strengthen the domestic supply chain of our federal government. And this is our time. I would hope that for those of you that are listening today, if you have not gotten familiar with MBDA and our national network of business centers, that's what we do. We provide and facilitate access to capital, access to contracts, and these federal contracts are a high priority on our agenda. I will also acknowledge a strong partnership that we are developing and continuing to build on with the U.S. Department of Energy. You've heard about them, electronic vehicles. Electronic vehicle supply chains are massive. If you're not thinking about how you can play in that space, I would encourage you to get enlightened on the opportunities because they run the gamut. They run the gamut of opportunities that are available for businesses that are seeking to do business with the federal government. And there are a lot of resources out there that are available. You can delve more into some of the requirements, but the whole of government approach is definitely where we're at in making certain and ensuring at the end of the day, the bottom line for MBEs is how do I get access to opportunities? How can I grow and expand my business doing business with the federal government? And that's what we're here to help you do.
Thank you so much. And that is a really, really important conversation. And we're going to be delving into that a little bit more later as well. But, you know, Joanne really did hone in on the importance of federal contracts and procurement opportunities. And that's a great segue actually into my next question. And there's a bit of a preamble, but just bear with me, ladies, for a few seconds. So the SBA did recently release new revised rules that increase nearly 230 small business size standards in 16 industrial sectors, which results in an estimated 59,000 new firms becoming eligible for millions in federal procurement dollars. And the SBA, Natalie will correct me if I have this wrong, but the SBA estimates that these new rules will create nearly 45 million in loan opportunities for small businesses. And minority-owned firms certainly stand to benefit greatly from this adjustment. And so I wondered if you could both speak to this, and whoever would like to go first on that. Thank you.
Sure. I'll start and also start again with the president. Almost a year and a half ago, the president was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and made an announcement to increase federal government contracting spend to 15% of federal spend, which represents nearly $100 billion in new opportunities for small disadvantaged businesses. This, again, is unprecedented and had never been done before, widening the pot of opportunity for small businesses. And so what that looks like in translation over at SBA is making sure that the certification processes, protocols, and requirements are in alignment with making sure that small businesses are actually eligible to go after those funds. So increasing and decreasing and changing size standards allows for the unbundling of contracts. It allows for more small businesses to compete for more funding opportunities, more contracting opportunities, and it makes them more competitive as it relates to their ability to be in the federal marketplace, which can be a very competitive space, particularly around even small nuances in pricing, right? And so changing size standards makes a big difference. The other thing that SBA has done was change the women's certification program and added almost 750 new NAICS codes that women are now eligible to be more competitively placed in bidding for small business contracts and set-asides for the women-owned small business initiative, which is 5% of federal spend is the goal there. And so increasing the NAICS codes allows for almost 800 new industries for which women have historically been underrepresented in to now be, again, more competitively placed. So when that happens from the policy perspective and the programmatic perspective, then the work that Joanne and I are doing around supporting and funding and working with centers that directly engage with small businesses on the ground becomes critical, because not only is it about making the change and then making folks aware of the change, which goes back to what we talked about, Stephanie, us not always doing the best job of that just because it becomes very technical at times, but making sure that folks are aware to go look for this information and then leveraging the centers and the programs that we have to be able to make sure that folks are prepared to put forward proposals that are more competitive for these new opportunities that have arisen across all federal agencies. But as you've heard from the infrastructure and transportation bill, which was passed, the billions of dollars in funds that are coming down to support infrastructure improvements across the board in the United States of America. And one of the other industries that we're looking at in my office also is the child care and care economy, which is also a priority of the Vice President's office as well, around making sure that we are providing care economy entrepreneurs with the resources and infrastructure that they need. And what does all this have to do with the question around procurement? Well, when you invest $34 billion to make child care more affordable for American families, that funding goes to states across the country that then deploy them to child care facilities across the nation and deploy them to American families across the nation. And so it's important to make sure that in the deployment of those funds that we have businesses that are oftentimes led by women and oftentimes led by women of color that are prepared to be competitive and to compete and to be a part of that process as well, because all of these things are industry connected.
Thank you. And we need to do everything we can. I mean, I may be biased here to strengthen women-owned businesses, particularly minority-owned businesses. Joanne, did you want to add anything else to that?
I would just say, I echo Natalie's point with regard to the deal sourcing by industry cluster with the 18 industries that have been targeted and the debundling, if you will, of these contracts. One of the greatest of the more than 9 million MBEs that we touch annually, one of the most significant issues we've heard over the years is the crippling, to put it in plain language, that the size standard has caused. They felt that it was somewhat unfair. And it really discouraged companies from going after, contracts and doing business with the federal government. I would just say that it is a breath of fresh air. It's very, it's being well received now that those size standards have been increased. And I think that it's going to strengthen the supply chain. Again, now we can have, companies that are larger in size and those that are seeking to team and joint venture to go after some of these federal contracts that we're talking about here. Because let's be clear here. What we know is some of the best teams that have been coordinated when these large contracts that are being let. That is a fact. So when we talk about, and you hear us talking about all of these opportunities that are stemming, right? One of the concerns that we've heard in the past has been, yeah, we want to do business with MBEs, but we can't find them. Or either they lack the capacity, right? You heard again, Mr. Cravens, not to keep going back to the point that he made, but at the top, we talked about capacity capital contracts, right? And counseling. The capacity building is critical. A part of that strategically is building strong teams and joint ventures. The beauty of that is you can have that great woman-owned business who has a remarkable core competency that can be brought into the bid package, okay? You might want to diversify your team to ensure that you have Native Americans, right, who have capacity, as well as other ethnic groups, Hispanics, Asian Americans, and even non-minorities, okay? What you're looking to do is build a strong team that can put forward the highest and best quality proposal to go after these contracts. Because I will say this, the administration has given some pretty direct directives to its leaders about ensuring spend goals are met. Now, it's up to us to ensure that we are being smart and savvy, about how we pursue these opportunities and how we formulate our teams to go after these contracts to ensure that we are being highly competitive. And diversity and inclusivity are critical to this administration. And that's what we know is reigning premier as we begin to look at teams and who makes the best team and why are they the best team. And it's not about because, you know, we just want to check a box. It's really and truly about what are the qualitative aspects of this team and why do they make the best choice for this contract opportunity.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal point. It's all about access. And this is the time for all of you businesses who are here joining us and listening. And I'm seeing that there's a lot of comments about how helpful this information is that's being provided. This is your time. This is the time to strike while the iron is hot. The resources are there. Joanne has mentioned the MBDA centers. I've mentioned the National Urban League Entrepreneurship Centers. There's a lot of resources. So I just wanted to take that time out just to point out that this is your time to actually access the administration's resources. They are supporting us, they are here for us, and you need to take advantage of them. So I have to say, ladies, there's a lot of hallelujahs and great comments in the chat. I don't have much time. I have just a little over 10 minutes. I need to leave a few minutes to see if we have any questions, but I have a couple of things. So I'm going to just kind of lob one question each to each of you, and we'll try to move quickly so we have enough time for any folks who have questions. So the first question is going to be for Natalie, and then I have one for Joanne. So Natalie, at the federal level, we continue to push for legislation that provides fair and transparent lending field for small businesses, including a ban on predatory and abusive lending practices. And the National Urban League has been very much interested in making sure that there's transparency in lending for our small businesses. So I just want to put that out there. Can you speak to the way in which the SBA under this administration views these issues and to the extent to which the administration has worked to promote these important standards in an effort to model good lending behavior that can one day be adopted by the marketplace? So just a couple minutes on that, and then I have a question for Joanne, and then we'll get to Q&A. Thanks, Natalie.
Sure. So I'll answer the question. as best I can, because I can't speak for Congress and I can't influence them. But I will say what we're doing. So one, the SBA has established the lender match program to make access to capital more readily accessible to small business owners and entrepreneurs across the country, almost establishing a model and framework similar to the way you go for car insurance, where you put in and receive a quote from multiple outlets, which gives you, the consumer and small business owner, the most competitive opportunity to seek capital, because again, all forms of capital come with a cost, and it's important for you to understand what those costs may be. The other thing is increasing our network of working with community development financial institutions across the country, who are historically notable for working with small businesses across the nation, and the smallest of the small businesses. And we even saw that in the way that we deploy the PPP funding during the second round of funding, where we had a 3-week timeframe just for CDFI funding opportunities, and saw that nearly 96% of the funding went to small businesses with 20 or fewer employees. So also, from a programmatic perspective and a policy perspective for what SBA is responsible for, we have the ability to design our programs in a way that meets the equity agenda. The Vice President also invested billions of dollars in supporting community development financial institutions in rural and urban communities across the country. And this was announced in partnership and collaboration with the Department of Treasury. So, I think as we are continuing to look at what recovery looks like, most small businesses have become more aware of SBA through forgivable debt or through a grant program that we have. But we go back to our 365-day-a-year type of programming, which is around capital that is through traditional financial intermediaries and lending institutions. And the other thing is that SBA has been establishing partnerships with more financial intermediaries. So you have your traditional banks, your CDFIs, and then you also have new partnerships like fintech companies that make deployment of capital more readily available and accessible to small businesses where they are. So those are kind of the ways that I can answer that question, that don't kind of sway policy and get in front of myself. But those are certainly things that SBA is doing every day to make sure that our normal products, our general products, our non-disaster related products, the ones that we're going to be known for 5 and 10 years from now as well, are also looking at baking in equity more readily.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Natalie. And you did a great job on that, despite saying, you could only answer the question a certain way. That's really helpful. Apologies, I'm in New York, so you may hear ambulances in the background. So apologies if you can hear that. My last question for Joanne, and then we'll see if there are any questions from any of our audience members. So we were really pleased, particularly at National Urban League, to see the MBDA codified in the statute after decades of advocacy on this important issue. And given the many well-documented challenges that minority-owned businesses faced when trying to access the credit they needed to keep their businesses afloat, can you share with us how the MBDA's new role as a permanent agency with increased annual appropriations funding will be better positioned to play a key role in supporting those businesses of color in the future during moments of crisis and in normal times?
Absolutely, Stephanie. Thank you for that question. And yes, the agency, as I'd indicated earlier, we are going to be expanding our footprint. I expect that the agency right now, where we are, we will nearly double in size as we continue to grow into the future state of business, if you will, with the organization. And what that means, for example, I mentioned the MOU that we just signed with the U.S. Department of Treasury, and I've been tracking the chat that's been coming through. And we've been getting a lot of thumbs up for the CDFIs and the critical role that they will play. But the State Small Business Credit Initiative is one example of how the agency is going to be expanding this footprint to help MBEs with the #1 impediment of access to capital. We also have, as you noted, the equity multiplier that I mentioned, that is an access to capital program that we have. We also have that we launched through a pre-app on yesterday, an innovative capital initiative that we are launching. We will be expanding a program that will focus on strengthening our partnership with HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, Asian American Native Hawaiian institutions, as well as tribal colleges and universities. We're going to expand our footprint significantly in how we partner with them to provide entrepreneurial education and breeding the foundation of future entrepreneurship that is on the horizon. I mentioned earlier that our footprint, we have a competition out for 6 new business centers. Our goal is to have at least 1 business center, 1 MBDA, Minority Business Development Agency business center in all 50 states, at least 1 in all 50 states. Currently, we have several in some of the states that have a more dense population of MBEs, such as the state of California, the state of Texas, we have a couple in New York, et cetera. But we expect to continue to expand our footprint. Again, the Rural Business Center that I'm very much looking forward to, being from South Carolina, I know the need for rural business center assistance. And we're going to continue to expand our footprint to help MBEs with the facilitation of contracts, capital, and business capacity building, as well as, I know I didn't talk about it a lot on this particular meeting, but we also want to begin to help these companies go global. You don't have to go and take a trip to Europe like we have right now, a minority business trade mission that's taking place in Eastern Europe, right? Very proud of that through our partnership with the International Trade Administration. However, you can do business internationally through e-commerce, through partners that we have, such as Amazon, right? There are a lot of opportunities that you can leverage to grow your business and create jobs here in America. And we also will continue to expand and make more products in America, made in the USA products through the MBDA Advanced Manufacturing Centers. We have 4 of those. Would love to see us. I anticipate, and I don't have a magic wand, but what I will say is I'm excited about the forecast of the future growth and expansion of more MBEs making products here in America and manufacturing facilities, pushing exports out, and of course, strengthening our domestic supply chain here through federal contracting, as well as our private sector partners. And thank you so much, Stephanie. It's been an honor.
Thank you. This conversation has been robust. I could talk to you both for hours, and I think the audience would love that as well. But I do not want to get myself in trouble with the producers and powers that be. And I know I have a couple more minutes, so I may have time for the one question. It's like winning the lottery. If we have one quick question, we can do that, and then I will wrap up. So my colleagues in the Zoom universe, if we have one quick question, I will take that. If not, I will wrap us up. So Susie, I don't know if we have a question.
Looks like we have a question about where small business owners can access the resources and capital that were just discussed by both Joanne and Natalie. And in particular, this is from a woman startup logistic company. So if you have any specific information for her, but also generally, it looks like a couple of other participants are interested in knowing where they can access this information, if it's online, and if there have been any timelines posted about some of the expansions that were mentioned.
Sure. So as far as SBA is concerned, as mentioned, we have nearly 2,000 centers across the country through our small business development centers, through our women's business centers, and through, as we were just talking about, global exporting. We have export and import centers that we have, international trade centers that come from our Office of International Trade at the Small Business Administration as well. And lastly, our SCORE chapters and our newly funded Community Navigator Network. You can find out about all of these resource partners by visiting us at sba.gov and go to the section that just says find resource partner in your community, and it will list all of the centers that I've just mentioned. And you have the ability to go to each and every one of them to seek the advice and counsel that you need, whether it be specific to one particular area or looking holistically at all of the supports that you may need as a small business owner.
And at MBDA, you can learn more about how to receive assistance by visiting our website at mbda.gov. If you go under programs, you will have a listing of each of the 35 business centers that are referenced. You will also be able to pull down information. I saw in the chat question about BIPOC. We have our Native American centers there. We have 13 of those located throughout the nation that focuses on tribal businesses. We also have a listing of our 5 enterprising women of color initiatives. We have our access to capital initiatives. We have our inclusive innovation initiatives. We have our export centers, our advanced manufacturing centers, our federal procurement center that purely focuses on federal procurements and helping you with those. We have a listing of each of those, and we also have a center that is entrepreneurship for the formerly incarcerated. That's a huge agenda item as well. And when we look at sourcing talent for the future, how do we leverage the skills that these formerly incarcerated individuals bring? Of special mention, I would also like to acknowledge that beginning July 1st, someone asked about when do we expect expansion to begin. Beginning July 1st, each 32 of our 35 business centers will offer a procurement specialist, a procurement federal business specialist who will solely be at our business center to help MBEs that are seeking to gain access to these opportunities that are going to stem from the big nugget of the day, the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act $1 trillion plus spend. We are putting a body at each of our centers to help MBEs to gain access to those centers, to that funding. So I would encourage you to visit our site at mbda.gov to learn more about how we can help your business to grow and expand.
That was a great question to end the session. And I just want to say a big thank you to Natalie and Joanne for being here. You took the time out and we appreciate you. We appreciate all of the great information that you passed along. And more than anything, the commitment of both you as individuals and your respective agencies to ensuring that small and minority businesses get the resources that they need to grow and become sustainable. Thank you, ladies, once again. And thank you all for joining us. Stay tuned. We have another great session coming up. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, good
Hi.
morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We are excited. What a wonderful panel we just had with the MBDA and also the Office of Women's Business Ownership led by Ms. Stephanie Devine moderating that panel. Such an awesome panel, such great information for our small businesses that are in our audience today. I want to make sure that our panelists for this session are here and ready. Dr. Donna Peebles, thank you so much for being here. Ms. I.M. Tucker, thank you so much for being here. I want to welcome everyone, make sure that everybody is ready and set to go because we're getting ready to have another dynamic panel with such great insights from our panelists. So everybody is all ready and set to go. Again, I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Classy Duncan. I serve as the Vice President for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the Urban League of Louisiana. We are based here in the great city of New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm so thrilled to be a part of the 5th Annual Small Business Capitol Hill Summit, of course, led by the National Urban League. We are so proud, of course, to be an affiliate of the National Urban League, but proud of the work that the organization is doing to have really impactful conversations and these kinds of convenings where small businesses can get the information that they need, not only to start businesses, but we are in the business of making sure that we are assisting businesses in scaling, because that is, and this is what we do know, that is where we create generational wealth. And so I want to make sure that we have an exciting conversation today. I want to make sure that you guys are using the chat, making sure that you gain access to some of the resources that we're going to put into the chat, but also ask your questions. We have 2 powerhouse panelists here that are going to give you such great information. So please feel free to ask your questions in the chat. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And again, we're going to start off, and I want to introduce you very briefly, but I want them to take the opportunity to introduce themselves, because when we talk about corporate contracting, and I can speak, I think if Stephanie is okay with it, on behalf of all of the 12 entrepreneurship centers of the National Urban League, we all are in the business of working with our small, disadvantaged minority businesses that are seeking to not only bid, but also win federal contracts. And so we're in the business of making sure that we put the resources in place to make sure that these businesses, again, our smallest businesses and our most underserved communities, have access to the many resources that we know that they do need, right, to not only bid, but win contracts. And so that's why we're here today. We want to talk about accessing corporate contracting opportunities. And we're going to do that by touching base with the SBA. And we're going to also do that by touching base with one very dynamic small business owner that is a part of a number of the SBA's programs, but specifically the 8A program. So I wanted to bring both of them here today, again, to share with you all. And so let's get things kicked off, because I know we're going to get a lot of questions on this panel. But I want to first introduce Ms. Donna Peebles. Dr. Peebles, she's an associate administrator of the Office of Business Development with the U.S. Small Business Administration. Donna, if you could just take about 60 seconds and just introduce yourself and let folks know who you are and what you do, that would be great.
Thank you, Classy. I just very much appreciate this session today. I'm looking forward. The previous session was jam-packed, so it's hard to follow that, but here we are. It is my pleasure to be here. And on behalf of my colleagues at the SBA, I'm looking forward to sharing more of our vision and sharing with you what we have done. We are focused when it comes to our mission, which is to aid, counsel, and assist and protect America's small businesses, but especially our small disadvantaged businesses and all of those firms that we've been talking about today. So it's truly is a pleasure to be here with you, Classy. And
awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. We sure do appreciate your time. So thank you so much. And next up, Ms. I.M. Tucker, who is a business owner. She's the owner of LC Engineering, based right here in New Orleans, Louisiana, a minority-owned firm, Black-owned firm, woman-owned firm, 8A certified firm. This is a second-generation business owner who is making really some power moves in this space. And so I want to welcome you, also give you about just a couple of seconds to tell us who you are and to say hi to the audience.
Thank you so much, Classy. Thank you, National Urban League. I'm really proud to be here. My name is I.M. Christian Tucker. I'm the president, CEO, and owner of LC Engineering. We are domiciled in New Orleans, but of course, as Classy said, we are 8A certified and we are working in as many places as we can. Our major suite of work is civil engineering, construction management, and program management. And so that's a bit who we are: local government contracting, state, local, federal, and we'll get more into it from there, Classy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. And again, I'm just thrilled because I think it's so important to have the conversation of, we're all in this space of supporting businesses get access to these contracting opportunities. But it's also great to hear directly from a business owner who has the experience of going through certification processes, going through processes to build capacity within our organization. And so we wanted to make sure that we had, had IAM's voice here as well to share with the audience. But to start off our conversation, I want to talk to you, Dr. Peebles. Can you tell us more about the work of the Office of Business Development and how you guys assist small businesses in winning federal contracts? And I know specifically you have some targeted programs, right? Where you're really making sure that businesses are prepared, that they have the information and resources, and you got the 7J program and others. So if you can tell us about some of those programs, I think our audience could benefit from that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. In the Office of Business Development, as Associate Administrator and working with our politically appointed Associate Administrator, Ms. Phoebe Hidalgo, we are really focused on how our government contracting and certification programs can really be a hand up to the firms looking towards a certification. They're asking themselves, what is the value of the certification? Is it the right time for me to get a government contracting certification? Am I ready? So as a firm, examines all of those possibilities. We at our SBA office in our team, we're really focused on how to advance equity of all of our firms, but also looking to partner with the federal agencies and how they can maximize utilization of all small disadvantaged businesses. It really is a call to action. As we heard previously, and as we know through the administration's executive order on equity in federal procurement, it truly is a call to action. Our federal agencies, the 2,000 plus buying activities, they are directed to make federal contracting and procurement opportunities available, more readily available to all of our eligible small disadvantaged businesses, and work on removing barriers faced in federal procurement. We heard a little bit about that before in untangling contracts to promote maximum utilization and to get those new entrants in. So one of the things I'm focused on, it's my vision in the Office of Business Development to provide the business development tools that firms need, whether it's an 8A certification or pursuing a mentor-protege program agreement and mentor-protege teaming arrangement, joint ventures, all of those business development tools, if the firms are ready, are there for them to pursue and build capacity. Like we've heard that, build capacity, what does that mean? The tools are in place for firms to team with others who can bring to their team maybe some skills or other technical capabilities that maybe they just haven't yet positioned themselves for, but teaming together, they can really maximize their footprint a little bit. One of the fundamental objectives that I'm focused on, in addition to that maximum utilization of firms, is asking the federal agencies to specifically find opportunities for our small disadvantaged businesses. And when it comes to the 8A program, one thing that I've implemented that I've seen work really well is to actually give them a list of 8A certified firms who don't yet have a contract, are new in the program, and are in pursuit of opportunity. The federal agencies have taken that list and they are actively contacting these small disadvantaged businesses who have their 8A certification, and they're engaging with you all. And you got to be ready for the call. They're going to call you and ask you if you have technical capabilities, are you ready to go? So that's just a little bit of what we're doing. One of the primary tools we have is our 7J Management and Technical Assistance Program. So what is that? As some of you may already know, Section 7J is in the Small Business Act, and we are responsible to ensure that economically and socially and economically disadvantaged small businesses are have an opportunity for free hands-on training and education. So we've put together a array of providers to provide just that. So it's really focused on helping our all eligible small disadvantaged businesses. So who is eligible? So if you're an 8A certified firm, you're automatically eligible, of course. Most hub zone firms are eligible because you fall into those areas of eligibility. You're located in an area of high unemployment rate or low income. Your company is owned by low income individuals, or you're already certified in the 8A program or the hub zone, or maybe you're an economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business. So that in itself, you've met the eligibility requirements. And you're eligible, there's no expiration on that. And the training, you can access it on sba.gov under the federal contracting programs. There's a list of 7J to give you an idea of what's being offered currently. But really, our right-hand partners in delivering that 7J training is our district offices across the nation, the SBA district offices. They really are truly the best partner. If you don't know who your local SBA district offices or business opportunity specialists, go find them right now, because they will give you the assistance that you need to identify the type of 7J training that might be most beneficial at that time. And depending where you are at in your journey, in your business plan, how are you building your book of business? Through the small business development centers that Natalie mentioned earlier. That's another great resource too, if you're interested in pursuing 7J training. So Classy, those are a few of the things that come to mind about the business development tools, primarily the 7J training available out there. And I have to say what's really exciting is, and I didn't mention this earlier, is our market intelligence tool. We brought on a new vendor a year ago, NetQuery, and it's a tool called BidSpeed. And we know how important it is. Small disadvantaged businesses want to know how to access opportunity, how to get to the agency so that they can pursue the next opportunity. We know you're tracking these opportunities 2 and 3 years out. So the capture management is very important. BidSpeed is amazing. We've educated and informed over 12,000 firms so far this year. Definitely worth checking out as part of our 7J training program.
Awesome, very helpful information. And I want to make sure that we get a link to the 7J program. But I think also to your point about making sure that, we have folks from all over the country here. Please go to the SBA website and click on find a location, and you'll get to your local district office, because that's where the support starts for you and your small business as you start to look at government contracting opportunities. So I want to go over to Ms. I.M. Tucker, because Dr. Peoples was talking about the 8A program and some of the technical assistance programs that are available through the SBA. I just want to kind of switch gears, because I do want to hear from I.M. about her experience with the 8A program. So if for those that don't know, the SBA, the 8A program is a 9-year program, and it's really geared at assisting firms that are owned and controlled by socially, economically disadvantaged individuals. But those that become a part of the program and become certified as 8A are eligible to receive federal contracting preferences and receive training and technical assistance, all designed to strengthen their ability to compete and to, again, win awards. And so this program, again, it's a very I call it an intensive because, anybody, anytime you think about a 9-year program, there's really a lot of work, capacity building, and again, a benefit that's going to come out of that. So I want to talk to Ima about that. Again, we mentioned, women-owned firm, Black-owned firm, second-generation business owner. Can you tell us about your experience in building your business to scale to support a program, to support federal contracting opportunities, especially as it relates to the 8A process? And tell us a little bit about that and what your experience has been.
Absolutely. Thank you, Classy, and thank you, Dr. Peoples. So, prior to the 8A program, we have been in business when I purchased the firm for about, over a decade, right? During that time, when I took over the firm, we were at 9 people. Now, we expanded our contracting abilities and our service offerings in the local market first. Here in New Orleans, we do infrastructure work. We've designed streets and do, construction management, et cetera. So we built our repertoire and our wins and our first wins as a prime inside of our local areas. That was how we kind of cut our teeth, if you will, and on some state contracts. Then when we felt ready and we had the discussions with our local SBA office, which was more than instrumental, there's no way we could have done it without them. That's when we said, okay, we think we're ready to go after the 8A program. I don't recommend going after the 8A program if you have not cut your teeth and gotten some good work under your belt in a local or statewide atmosphere. And when I say statewide, I just mean state agency. Get familiar with the different types of contracts that there are. There's IDIQs, there's subprime relationships. You might want to do a little bit of JVing on a smaller level or on a local level, not necessarily small. There are large local projects. But I think that ensuring that you understand, because when you understand who your players are on a local level, and when my job, most of our jobs were sub at first. Most of our jobs at the federal level were sub at first, because it's about relationship building and really understanding the nuances of contracting, invoicing. It's so many acronyms back and forth, and to understand that language at the state level is a different understanding of the language at a local level, and different depending on what federal agencies that you go to. So I can't stress enough that once you've understood that process and you got some good contracts under your belt as a sub or as a prime on the local level, start utilizing those relationships. And really, I love industry trade conferences and things like that, to then go and market yourself to the large companies that are doing it. And the quickest way, I love hearing about this new market intelligence tool, Dr. Peoples. I want to learn so much more about that. That's very cool. Because FPDS is a government website where you can really tell where the contracts are, who's winning contracts, and things like that. But it is not the easiest website to navigate, right? But I can't stress enough also, whether it's on a local, state, or especially a federal level, identify the agencies that are buying what you're selling, and go to their industry days. The industry days, not only will you understand what they're buying for the year, and what services, what products they're buying for the year, but also you get to be in a room full of people that are already there. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you can understand and make relationships inside of those rooms, not only will it benefit your opportunity to participate in federal jobs, but it will absolutely benefit your opportunity to compete in your local market. These are the same people. And if you don't know those people in the room, you're not quite ready. It's a fact that you're not quite ready to go and jump into that 9-year program, because them 9 years go like that. I have 1 year left in my program. I have a mentor protege relationship, and we could talk about some of that later, but that's my biggest, quickest advice, Classy, in that realm.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before in terms of when folks are, when we say build capacity, I think people only see that as, oh, let me hire more people on the team. But building capacity is about so much more. And it's about your back office administration. It's about your financial stability as an organization. As I am talked about, just, contract management, again, financial management, just, something as simple as invoicing and making sure that your team, understands all of those processes and the use of technology. And the key thing, one of the things that, and I was talking to Ian about this last week or the week before, when we talk about business development, you also have to be in the space of making sure that you have a plan, right? Opportunities are not just going to come knocking on your door because you become a part of the DBE certified, 8A certified. You have to still have an active business development plan. And, as I am saying, meeting people, starting relationships and not being afraid to do that, because those relationships really can be the start of pretty, beneficial relationships. And so, again, we got to make sure that we're doing that we don't see building capacity as just one dimensional. There's several parts of building capacity. And I think that's what's so critical especially for our smaller businesses. So thank you for that. And I know, I'm going to jump to, I really want to talk about I want to stay here for a minute, but just, I know you talked a little bit about it, but give us again some of the projects that you're working on. I just want to get some context or scope of the kind of work that you guys do, because we have business owners on the line. And I want them to kind of understand. And I know you talked about it a little bit, but I want to hear it one more time about some of the types of projects that you guys work on. What was, some of the things that you had worked on prior to becoming 8A certified? And that's how you, kind of scaled your business, right? And so if you could just give us that, because I want to make this point clear.
Okay, absolutely. So like I said, we are a civil engineering full service company, but we also have added services that are ancillary to civil infrastructure, right? So, for people that not everybody understands our business, I have my family still is like, I don't understand what you do, but we're not a construction company. We are the company that designs the street and the CAD programs after a surveyor has gone out to that street or a sewerway or a pump station. And we design it, and we are the ones that create the plans that send it over to the construction companies to get built. That's one aspect of what we do, is civil design. The service suites that I've added since I took over the company 16 years ago are the ancillary services that are a little bit better on margins. It's design is an art, not only a science, but an art, right? And so there's a lot of iterations back and forth, and you got to be careful with your engineers on budgets, right? Because budgets are what they are. They don't really account well for iterations of things that go back and forth and when things are found in the field. Some of those ancillary services that we provide are stormwater management planning, which is a big deal, of course, in New Orleans, where we are surrounded by water. We are a city that floods. We always will be, right? Other services that we provide that I really enjoy are construction management services. I don't own hammers, nails, anything like that, right? We provide technical coverage and inspection services on buildings that are being built, on roads that are being built, to ensure they're being built per the specifications, and especially on the city side and local sides when it comes to if a construction company is coming out to redo the water lines under street and it's time to pave things back. We're making sure that the construction company, if they say they're paving 150 feet of concrete, that they're not paving 80 feet of concrete and then charging the city for 200 feet of concrete and things like that. We also are structural engineers and really try to continue rounding out the services that we provide based on what the needs in the industry are. This infrastructure bill and the spending that's coming up is going to be a lot on, bridges, roads, waterways, all these different types of services that are just that the United States has not spent enough money on in a long time. I really suggest to companies that are close to mine is to figure out, again, who are the biggest players in there. In my industry, I know who the Fortune 500 players are, right? Because they win everything. There's a magazine called E&R, engineering news review. And you can go in there, and those same companies that are doing it everywhere, the H&TBs, Jacobs, Arcadis, all these names that you hear, find your local reps. Find your local reps, because on a local scale, on a federal scale, these goals must be met. And we want to be a business that, you know, like Classy said, these acronyms, DBE, 8A, they sound sexy, and everybody thinks there's some trough of work, and don't let the chatter fool you in certain political circles. We pound the pavement. I know the people on here know. I know they know.
That's
We
right.
pound the pavement 3 times as hard to get a fraction of the work, right? And that's just
right.
what it is. And so creating those relationships, building those relationships, following the money, understanding what agencies are buying. And if you don't know who's winning, go sit down and talk to the people at the agencies that are in charge of trying to get small business work. Ask them who's doing it. Ask them what they need. That's the only way to do it. And then follow the money as it's obligated. If your city sells bonds in order to do what they're doing, follow the sale of the bonds. Read the paper, speak to people, understand why they're doing what they're doing. Because if they're selling bonds, that means there's either shelf-ready projects or things that they want to accomplish. What does your city need most? What is going on at your city council meetings? What is going on in Congress? You have to pay attention to these things.
Awesome. I'm
I
telling
just
you
wanted to
guys.
say,
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt. You know,
it's
I
fine.
just want to say congratulations on what you just mentioned. Is very important, because you kind of touched on the key strategies for not just gaining capacity, but getting a foothold for maybe long term. You know, most companies are challenged with that, not just the firms in the 8A program who are getting ready to graduate and trying to position themselves now for long-term success, but identifying the need when the time is right to form those partnerships is key. The SBA's Mentor Protege program, we're seeing teaming more than ever. We have over 1,300 Mentor Protege agreements. It really is the predominant teaming program in the federal government. In this environment of change, even category management, the agencies are getting credit for using small businesses. The federal goaling is there. You know, there's no doubt. So how are they going to get there? Well, they've really got to open up their landscape access, posting their federal opportunities, making them visible. I mean, it's outreach time. Every agency that I know of is out there doing what the National Urban League, what you're doing today, which is key. It's the access, it's the line of sight. And you know, using a mentor protege teaming agreement it's a 6-year term, but small businesses like yourselves, you can increase capacity in your knowledge base where you need to and what's right for you, whether it's technical management assistance, government contracting help, or maybe you just need some reach back for general and administrative assistance or something that you're short of. That's where your mentor could help you. For every year of participation, the SBA is there in that teaming arrangement to make sure things are going well. So you have an advocate. The SBA is your advocate in that teaming arrangement to help. I mean, it's really up to the protege and the mentor. But you know, speaking of benefits, should that mentor and protege, if you want a joint venture, the mentor protege agreement creates a waiver of affiliation, which allows the two to go after contracts together. And that's where you can go after a greater complexity and dollar value of work by leveraging the mentor's resources. And you know, the mentor can qualify for work that it would otherwise be ineligible for. So we see some very exciting strategies happening, especially in the 8A program. Firms getting ready to graduate, this is on their mind, because once they graduate, they can pay it forward by teaming with a younger 8A firm and working that process together. So it is a very exciting time. The relationship building that you're talking about, now's the time to do it. I mean, we're in the third and fourth quarter of the fiscal year. Last year, almost $90 billion went to small disadvantaged businesses. You know, at about this time last year, I think we were at about 12% or something. We're close to about 10% already this year. So we're trending in the same direction. So it's very exciting. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you, Classy. You got to let me talk a little bit about mentor protege, right? You know how.
Absolutely.
I didn't want you to get
That's
us
where I
off
was
track.
going next. So go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I'm gonna keep it positive, but 1,000 for small business people out there. I already talked about like Dr. Peebles said about having those relationships ahead of going after 8A. I recommend so much. I'm in my final year. Actually, my mentor protege expires on August 6th of this year. And it's been incredible. It's been ups and downs like this. Okay. It took about, I would say 2 years of us marketing together really marketing together, going and doing capability briefings together, all these different ways in order for us to really catch our groove and figure out what we're going to go after, get together, things like that. Now, I can't stress enough that having that relationship and understanding who the company is that is going to be your mentor and your protege, understand who they are. And I always make the comparison to this, and maybe it's improper or whatever, but it is. Date the company that you're thinking about going into a formal, blessed, bona fide mentor protege with. I call dating the teaming on a local level, the teaming on things beforehand, understanding how each other works, understanding corporate cultures, and do our corporate cultures really gel well, right? Do our suites of work that we go after gel well? And I'm saying that date because a mentor protege is a marriage. It is a marriage, for good or for worse, right? So understand the goals of your protege, of your mentor. Understand that while you are getting access and it is making your small company on paper look like a giant, it makes you look strong inside of the 8A program when you're going after RFPs and RFQs and bids, which is great. But keep in mind, it's a mutually beneficial program. Your mentor company is not just doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They also, big companies are greedy. That's how they do what they do. They're greedy. That's how they stay on top. That's how they stay number 1 through 5 in the nation. And while they have unrestricted teams, which you want to be a part of that as well, that's where you really want to cut your teeth and become a sub with them. But at the same time, they want access into these programs. They want to be able to go, because nobody's in business to lose money. Everybody's in business to make money, and that's okay. But understand the partner that you're getting in bed with. Another thing is, have the tough conversations at the beginning. Have the tough conversations before you go through the voluminous paperwork that it's going to take to get your mentor protege blessed. Ask them what their goals are. Tell them what your goals are. Be specific in your goals for what you want mentorship in. For me, a lot of it was engineering and technical help in the United States is getting harder and harder to find. So I made it very clear that here's what I wanted in the first 3 years. On these last back end of it, I need your help in identifying the talent that I need to grow my business. Because without those people, it's hard to grow that form of capacity. To me, the biggest part of capacity growing as a small business is your past performance. You're only as good as the last few jobs that you did. And what you can put on that SF330 in that certain section where it's like, show me, don't tell me, show me what you've done. And then also about what personnel that you have to ensure that you're able to do that 50 to 51%, because you will be the lead managing partner of your JV. You are the 51% as a disadvantaged business person. You are the lead. So make sure that you can show that lead. And that lead is not just on the org chart, that's in revenues as well. So ensure you're having the conversations, because in infrastructure, the scopes are huge. They are ginormous. It's ginormous, right? And so make sure that when you market yourself, you're marketing, here's what we can do, here's what we plan on doing, and here's how the rest of the team will augment what we're doing. You have to make sure that you lead with a confident foot forward. Trust me.
That was great. You really touched on the 5 key most effective steps to gain a competitive edge in government contracting. Learning about federal contracting is only the beginning, and understanding that universe, it has a lot of challenges. God bless our small businesses. We ask you to be tremendously flexible, from everything from getting a contract just to getting paid. You really are amazing. I know it can be very challenging sometimes. Once you learn about it, preparing your company, like you just mentioned, building your team intentionally and strategically, and inventorying your own readiness, whether you're ready for a government certification or not, just understanding at your point of readiness, where you're at. Maybe you should wait a year or two for that 8A certification. It is a 9-year program that you have to carefully manage and plan, and not to mention pivot your business plan maybe 1 or 2 times. So once you inventory your own readiness, study the market conditions, you've got a real recipe for success there. I really believe you're an example of that, truly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so this is great information. We want to keep it going, but I do want to make sure that our folks get and take notes and really hear what you guys have just said in the conversation that you were having. You know, it's really, you know, mentor protege, you got to get in the space of learning how to vet your relationships. Learning, you know, what is the equation that's going to make this the right fit for both sides. And again, those relationships are not one-sided. They are and should be win-win for both sides, for both participants. And so you got to think through what that looks like. I think one of the key things as well is to make sure that you know, if this is not the space that you're in, I think it's so important that we reach out and leverage the resources that are made available, you know, specific, you know, of course, through Dr. Peebles' organization, the 7J program, through the 8A program, there's resources through all of the SBA district offices, but also the SBA has put in place this robust resource network. And so in any community, you can have the SBDCs, the SCORE networks, the WBCs. And so I want to make sure that folks know that the resources are there. We are, again, encouraging you to leverage those resources. And again, if this is not the space that you have been in for historically, please make sure that you reach out to one of these resources. And again, your starting point can be the SBA, your starting point can be, you know, the Urban Leagues, one of our entrepreneurship centers, whatever that is, because we're all interconnected. We all are working, again, to assist businesses in leveraging these resources. So I can't say that enough to make sure that you are reaching out and utilizing, because that's what we see in our work all the time. We see businesses, you know, they just went for it. They, you know, and they think they're on this island by themselves, and, you know, they're doing all these things and don't understand why nothing's changing, why they're not winning contracts, why they don't understand the process, why they're not meeting the right people. Before you even get to that point, you can make sure that you connect with a resource that can help you. Because again, you have experienced business owners like I am. You have resources at the SBA like Dr. Peebles and her team. You have resources at the National Urban League and our affiliates. Again, I want to make sure that you guys hear me loud and clear on that. So just a couple more things before we, I'm looking in the chat to see if we have any questions, but I did want to, earlier, Stephanie mentioned about the size standards. So the SBA's new rules for increasing the size standards for almost 230 small businesses in 16 sectors. So it resulted in about almost 60,000 new firms becoming eligible for federal dollars. So, you know, Dr. Peebles, we're all in the business of one, you know, deploying resources, but also increasing the number of businesses that can take advantage and get access to these contracting opportunities. So, and they're estimating like, you know, maybe $1 billion in new federal contracting opportunities, you know, will come as a result of this. How will this change in size standards from your perspective? You know, how will this impact minority-owned small businesses, again, as we work to increase opportunities and access to opportunities for minority-owned businesses?
Yes, great question. I know in the last session that came up as well. And, I just wanted to say, overall, as you know, the Small Business Administration, we are focused on building back that inclusive and proficient small business contracting base, ready to compete for all federal procurement opportunities. So that small disadvantaged business goal, the small business goal was successfully increased to 25%. So did the SDB goal, small disadvantaged business goal. The agencies know it's a call to action, right? It's increased 11% this year, and it's going to steadily increase to 15% by 2025. So we're focused on increasing the share of contracts going to small disadvantaged businesses, which translates to 100 billion to SDBs over the next 5 years. But with these recent changes to the size standards, we know that, well, like you've mentioned before, and in this platform earlier today, minority business enterprises is the fastest growing innovative sector in the US. A larger size standard is going to extend the time that a firm can remain small. So now we will have an increase in the number of eligible firms, not just for small assistance from the SBA, but access to contracts. So as a result, it's the run, I think someone said the runway has been expanded. Small firms can acquire more experience and technical capabilities, and they're going to be able to compete with larger firms because of these size standard changes. And with this expanded pool, the federal government has access to more qualified small businesses to choose from. And I see that as a result, it will likely set aside more contracts for small businesses. And that is going to increase federal opportunities for all small businesses.
That is, so that's double-edged sword information. I mean, that is great information. The fact that they're expanding it, that's a big deal. It goes back to, Classy, what you said about, in New Orleans, we're a tight-knit small business community, okay? Like, we get together, there's groups called the Collaborative, there's groups that Classy is a part of, and that leads that we sit down and we talk about what's going on, right? So if you know other, and shame on you if you're a business person in your area, in your genre, that doesn't sit down and try to build relationships with other small businesses just like you. I don't care if they do the exact same thing you do. These scopes are so large that if you can find other small businesses and other DBEs and other EDWOSBs and other minority small businesses that you can team with, and you don't have to profitize about what you think it's going to be. You can take a scope from something that's already passed and something that is an ideal contract of what you want to go after. If it's construction management, or if it's AE design, or if it's anything like that, go find an old RFP, get the scope, slice it up, highlight what you want to do, and sit down with 6 other small businesses that are in that, because you should know if you're a civil engineer, you should know the surveyors. You should know the people that do geotech. You should know the testing companies. You should know who does structural, who does LIDAR, who does BIM, right? And so figure out who those players are around you, because in my area in New Orleans, and Classy knows this, and Dr. Peoples, I know you know too, the same people that I am on the opposite side of the table competing against today, by Friday, we're on the same side on another opportunity, teaming together and doing the same thing. There is too much work out here for us to be at each other's throats and things like that. Our strength is in numbers. Our strength is in teaming together. And I can't stress that enough. And so when they're opening up that size standard, which is great, because I pray to have the problem one day where I'm bouncing up on that ceiling. Please, God, let me have that problem one day where you're bouncing up on that ceiling on that size standard. But that means there's going to be more competition.
That's right.
So instead of meaning that it's more competition, make the competition a part of your team. If you know somebody's winning and in surveying over here, that's the one you want. Go pick the ones that are winning. Go pick that and say, here's how I can be of value to you. How can we be of value to each other? let's form up this, even if you realize that you all get work together and you can show a great past performance, maybe you create a JV together. Maybe you create all DBE JV, you brand yourself as whatever it is, and then you go and you sell yourself to the government like that. Leverage your other small business people's relationships into what you're doing. Bring something to the table though. You can't start the meeting if you're not bringing something to the table, right? I mean, that's just what it is. And so
But that's, yeah, we see it all the time. We try to hold all our information to the, held it, close to the vest. And, sometimes it's about, we think that if somebody else wins, that means that we're going to lose. And we can tell you that that is not the case moving forward here. When you think about teaming opportunities and connecting with other folks in your industry and that delivered some of the same types of services, this is an opportunity for you. Especially for some of our smaller firms. This is an opportunity for you. And so, again, sometimes we, shoot ourselves in the foot, right?
It's a competitive thing, right? We're small business.
Yeah, I want to win, and you can't win that, and so we have to make sure that we're taking advantage of this increased pool now that we're seeing. So that's great points for both of you. We do have one question. I'm going to stop right here. And this is actually something I was thinking about earlier because what we are seeing is that in all of our programs, and we do work with the Department of Transportation, other agencies, we want to make sure that folks really understand the types of services that the federal government has available. So the question from the chat is, or from the questions box, what small business industries, what are some of the industries who can attempt to secure government contracts and federal procurement opportunities? And so this is good because, while we sometimes highlight contractors, construction industry, or construction related services, there are a number of things, right? The list is unlimited of things that the federal government procures. So Dr. Peebles, if you want to take a stab at that, and then we'll see if there's any other questions.
No, thank you. Similar to what you just mentioned, that's what we see. A majority is in the professional and technical. And the second largest would be the construction and engineering. That's kind of along your lines too. And then specialty trades. And from there on out, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Just sharing, some information about the 8A program, that's where we see a majority of the firms in the program are in that professional and technical. The second largest is in construction and specialty trades. But, there are agencies out there who if you have a niche market and talk to the agencies and do your market research, there is opportunity there for you. It's just understanding where it's at and really opening more doors and highlighting your capability statement. But that's and those numbers are public on FPDSNG. You can do the Google search. I mean, that's where the advertised federal procurement spend is. And there's a lot of money on the table right now. We're in the third and fourth quarter. Connect with your SBA business opportunity specialist if you're in one of those top spend categories. Maintain your status. If you have a certification, make sure you're in good shape there. Focus on strengthening your business plan and be prepared to pivot. That might include a mentor-protege agreement or a joint venture. Invest in the 7J training if you need it. And focus on how to build that capacity like we've kind of talked about a little bit. And, I wanted to highlight subcontracting. Many of you very smart companies are probably familiar with the limitations on subcontracting. If you are similarly situated, for example, if you're an economically disadvantaged women-owned small business and you team with another, because you're similarly situated, bidding on a contract together, you can make up a majority of the work. Contracting officers know that. So that's another strategy if you hadn't thought about it already.
This is good stuff. I love it. This is good stuff. I want to see, we're monitoring, see if there's any more questions, and we'll wait to see if we have any. But I wanted to hear from you guys. We have about 10 minutes. And I really wanted to, and you guys have dropped so many gems throughout this time, but I like to make sure that our folks that are here, again, these are our small businesses. They're either in the space of federal contracting or thinking about it. If we could give them just the top 3, action items, the top 3 things that you should be doing now to build capacity, to establish relations, or whatever that is. If we could help them with the top 3 things that they should be doing. And then any other advice that you want to share with our minority-owned businesses that are on the line.
Go ahead, I'm.
Okay. I would say number 1 is network. Getting your trade in your local, for instance, in my industry, there's groups called the American Council of Civil Engineering Companies. I make sure I go to those luncheons. Sometimes they're expensive. Sometimes you don't even have to be a member to go, y'all. It's worth it. I even try to get close to the construction companies and just understand what they're going after, because these days design build is a thing, right? And so I keep good relationships with construction companies. One other thing that I think is important, besides of course networking, which is the most important, is I live in New Orleans. We deal with hurricanes. We have emergencies all the time. Just about every summer lately, we're having to evacuate the entire city almost. And so being ready for emergency contracts and things like that. When I evacuate, it took us 13 hours to drive a 4-hour drive last time with pets in the car and everything like that. But I got somewhere, I got situated, I got 1 night's sleep, and I worked for 13 days following that. When everybody else is having fun and drinking and watching the Weather Channel saying, okay, let's see what it's going to do this time. I am literally calling every teaming partner there is, because I know that I'm looking at the Weather Channel. I say, it's going to be a strong hit. Somebody's going to get hit. Disaster, unfortunately, and fortunately, brings opportunity. And so understanding teaming partners, and another thing with disaster contract, it's another pivot point, right? You don't know what's going to come up. The pandemic was a huge pivot point. For us, it wasn't about necessarily adding a new service. It was about being ready when competitors do what they were doing. And because they know that we're allies as well as competitors, they called and they said, I don't want to lose this contract. Can you please help us? I need 3 inspectors in 3 weeks to show up, and my guys have COVID. I don't know what's going on. My office isn't together yet. And we were there for them. And I would do the same thing and toss that back to them if I could. And again, understanding and following the money, understanding the players. There are doors that have not been open to me at a lot of different times. I'm a small Black-owned company, and I'm trying to do business with the Army Corps of Engineers, which in some cases is a very conservative, male-dominated industry. I find partners and employees that can get into the doors that sometimes I am not welcomed in, and that's just a fact. And so I don't mind. It doesn't hurt my feelings if you want to talk to somebody on my staff a little bit more than you want to talk to me, because we're all wearing the same jerseys over here. And so understanding, that part and the difficulties in that, in a nation, what it is, but business is business, and our value is our value, and understanding your value and knowing your value and knowing who to team with and understanding that part is that's how we break through, we get through, because we have to, there's nothing that is insurmountable, right?
Yeah. Wow. Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Peebles, any?
Well, the only thing that I would add, you're right on. I kind of pointed out effective steps earlier, doing all the things that you just mentioned, really understanding the market that you're in and federal contracting in general. Once you build your team, you really have your fishing license. And I heard Tommy Marks from the MBDA say that before. He used to lead the Army's Office of Small Business Program. And that's what he says, you've got your fishing license. It's really up to you to how you want to fish. You have to be intentional and strategic on how you build your book of business. You want to grow your revenues and maybe also grow some jobs as well. So that revenue stream looks a lot differently for every single firm. But I think keeping in mind what you just mentioned, and also preparing your company and having your capabilities statement have it together, have it ready. Maybe you have one or two versions of it, depending on what you're trying to go after, what opportunity you're trying to pursue. But also leveraging those relationships in the federal agencies, the Office of Small Businesses, the Small Business Program specialists at every federal agencies, they are looking for you. They want to do business with you. So opening that door, it could be a little challenging. Teaming with others can help. The SBA district offices, small business development centers, even the procurement technical assistance centers, National Urban League, phenomenal support. You have access to a buffet, a whole spectrum of free resources.
That's right.
You need to go after every single one of them, whether it's an 8A, a certification, a 7A loan from the SBA. It's amazing the access you have. You might not even realize truly what is at your fingertips. Go after all of it. And I wish you all success. And congratulations, I am to you as well.
Thank you. We have,
Example.
thank you so much to both of you. We have one really quick question. Dr. Peebles, I think this is for you. Returning citizens, also, ex-felons are excluded from federal and state contracts. And to this person's knowledge, federal contracts, I know for sure. Through your organization, can ex-felons now apply for state and federal funding or contracts?
I believe so. I don't, unless there's something in your history that prevents someone from awarding you a contract, they would know what it is. And unless you're debarred, I don't see any reason why you would not be denied a federal contract. So that's.
Yeah. And what we can do is we can get the person's information, excuse me, and we'll make sure to follow up with them to see specifically if they've ran into any challenges.
Ours, there's sometimes there's a non-felon affidavit that we have to sign, but I don't know. For employees, I think it's different, but it depends on the industry you're in. It depends on where you work. It depends on
classifications, clearances.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. So I think we'll try to get them to, the right place, depending on, we get more information. So thanks for asking that question.
For you to come back, like absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thanks so much for that question and for posing that to us. So that is a wrap. I'm telling you, ladies, I think we should take this show on the road because you guys have dropped so many gems, as I stated, and such an important conversation for our small businesses. Again, we're talking about an increased access to opportunities. We're talking about infrastructure dollars. We're talking about just opportunities to make sure that minority-owned businesses get access to the education, to the skills, to the capacity building resources, funding opportunities, all that they need to be successful. And it's so important that our businesses leverage these resources. We can't stress enough, sba.gov, nul.org, make sure that you're reaching out. There's SBDCs, there's procurement technical assistance organizations, so many resources. And in some communities, the entrepreneurial ecosystem is robust, it's comprehensive. So please take advantage of these resources. And if there is anything that we can do here at the Urban League of Louisiana or the National Urban League and its affiliates, please let us know. Again, I want to thank Ms. I.M. Tucker for all of your support of the programs and for sharing, being willing to share and taking the time out of her busy schedule to share this information and to share her experiences. It's just amazing to me, and I appreciate you. You know that. And Dr. Peebles, thanks so much. It's so wonderful to meet you. We thank you so much for the insights and giving us, really the information that we need to point our folks into the right direction, right? 887J. We are going to be connecting with you. And so be on the lookout for that, Dr. Peebles. We appreciate your time. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the next session. Thanks again.
Hi, everyone. We are about to start in 1 minute. We have with us, first of all, let me get my panelists together. Mr. Morales, this is our first time meeting. I know we didn't get a chance to meet before. My name is Joy Cheney. And Didier, it's good to see you again. We are so thrilled to have you all with us. And it's my first time. I have to take a point of personal privilege to say welcome to everyone who's participating, who came back after the break in this Small Business Summit. Don kicked us off this morning along with my good friend, Erica, and from Wells Fargo, Ruben's partner. I know he's nodding because she is the best. And I have the privilege of serving as one of Don's successors. I am the executive director of the Washington Bureau and the senior vice president for policy and advocacy. My team, along with Stephanie's team, put this conference on, and we are so thankful to all of you for sticking with us today. I've learned so much already. I've been a small business owner before, and in that capacity, I have worked with Didier's organization, Main Street Alliance, and it's good to be here. And I'm going to have him introduce himself. I like to have the panelists in their own words. I know you got the bios, but I want them to tell us a little bit about how they come to this work, because I think it informs everything that they say going forward. And Mr. Bareilles, I would love for you to do the same. You are representing Wells Fargo. Tell us how you came to this work. And then I also want to thank in advance my colleague, Julius Nyonsaba, who is on the line, and he is going to be handling questions at the end. And as we talk, we really want this to be a training about advocacy. You're going to be sending questions, and he is going to gather them all up and tally them at the end and make sure that we are getting your questions. So with that, Julius is going to go back off video, and I'm going to kick it to, we're going to start with our presenting sponsor, Ruben.
Thanks, Joy.
You tell me, how did you come to this small business work?
Great to see you. Well, I came to it like a lot of folks do. I think, I grew up, my parents immigrated to this country, and they were just manual laborers, and eventually they started actually their own very small businesses. More than anything, they were just self-employed, right? My dad was a roofer, and we had a company that worked out of our garage, and basically, the whole family worked on that. My mom worked in canning factories and all out in the Bay Area back when it was the Valley of Heart's Delight, and there were a lot of orchards and all. And then she eventually had a small coffee shop that she ran, but basically meant she worked 24/7. So I grew up in a very entrepreneurial small business family, kind of knew that. Long story short, I got involved in politics. I got elected at a very young age, county supervisor in the Bay Area, represented communities like East Redwood City, East Palo Alto, very diverse communities. And obviously was always thinking about small businesses, how to help those small businesses in those communities. Eventually, I've had a lot of different opportunities. I worked in the White House for a few years where I was focused on intergovernmental affairs, working with state and local governments around the country, tribal governments and territories. And again, with a focus on small business and how do we help them. Have run a number of civic organizations, including the Regional Chamber of Commerce, again, with a focus on small business. And now very fortunate to be working with my colleague, Erica Miles, and other great folks at Wells Fargo, where, Wells Fargo has been, a #1 bank in terms of SBA loans, in terms of supporting diverse small businesses around the country. So really glad to be a part of this team that's focused, has a major focus on supporting entrepreneurs of color, diverse small business owners.
How many years into the pandemic?
Right.
Welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you again to Wells Fargo. Didier from Main Street Alliance, take it away.
Thanks so much, Joy, and thanks to you and the team at National Urban League for the kind invitation to join today. I'm delighted to be here with you and with Ruben. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Didier Tren, Director of Policy and Political Impact with Main Street Alliance, based in Washington, D.C. For those of you who don't know about Main Street Alliance, we're a national network of small business owners and supporters building power on behalf of people-centered, community-focused, and equitable local economies. I came into this space, ironically, from the international side. I spent 10 years leading a coalition of international development organizations focused on making foreign assistance go further in helping local communities in developing countries. So our focus on really supporting citizens at the community level translated very easily and very nicely to the work of Main Street Alliance here domestically. MSA works on 5 core issue areas. Not surprisingly, access to capital, especially as it relates to continued support through and beyond the ongoing 2-year-long pandemic. Reining in monopoly power and corporate concentration, which has only worsened during the pandemic. Focusing on care economy supports, including paid leave and childcare, healthcare, which is actually how Main Street Alliance got its start, organizing small businesses around the Affordable Care Act. And finally, tax fairness to ensure that large corporations and wealthy individuals pay their fair share and help create a tax system that works for all Americans, including small business owners and their employees. And it goes without saying that all these issues, as far as we're concerned, are rooted in racial justice, as we seek to show how longstanding systemic inequities were only further exposed and exacerbated by the pandemic. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here today.
Oh, thank you all so much for being here. And let me tell you, one of the things we wanted to talk about in this session is sort of like the tricks and trades about advocacy. We've talked a lot about policy. We've talked all those things today, and we will in the other half of the program. But tomorrow, some of the small businesses will be headed to the Hill. And we want to make sure that they are telling their stories in a way that is compelling and in a way that sticks. And so we want to make sure that we are giving them our best tools that Ruben and Didier and I have probably honed over too many years. We won't acknowledge the number. So the first question, I'm going to skip the one about, what role does Congress play in individual small businesses and helping them, or rather the role that we hope that they will play. Because we've talked a lot about that, but I want you to start with why it's so important for small businesses to tell their stories. Why is it important for them to be an advocate directly to their federal members, not just the people in their local localities or their states? Why is it so important for them to talk to Congress?
Yeah,
Didier,
so
do you want to start? Or Ruben, go ahead.
Well, I'm glad to. I think it's vital. It's at the federal level. There is something of a kind of a bubble in the Beltway, right? And you have to pierce through that really, and connect with legislators, with their staff, with folks in the administration and agencies, and let them know how federal policies are actually affecting people throughout America. And so, giving them a real sense of what are the challenges and what are potentially some of the solutions that they can help advocate for or to help implement. So I think it brings a dose of reality into the Beltway that's important.
I think that's right. Didier, what do you think?
I absolutely second that, Ruben. I think most Americans understand how vital small businesses are to our overall economy, but knowing that they drive about 50% of our economy can sometimes feel a bit nebulous. And I think giving voice to small business owners at the federal level through their efforts at the local level just paints a more specific picture of how small businesses actually drive our economy and in what ways. And so that's why we're always looking to give them voice in speaking directly to policymakers.
And one of the other things that Main Street Alliance does is that you all also have small business owners act on things that don't readily appear to be about small business owners, right? So, sometimes when you're talking about the minimum wage, you're talking about other, aspects of an agenda, small business owners are often given as an excuse why you can't do something. And you have all these people speaking for small business owners.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think Main Street Alliance does is you make sure that, small business owners are speaking for themselves. Do you want to talk a little bit about that work, DDA?
Absolutely. And thank you for lifting that up, Joy. We generally focus on small businesses, if you will, with fewer than 100, sometimes 50 employees. And so we want to convey the fact that these are not just businesses. These are, in many ways, families, where the staff are with the business owner throughout the day and week and weekend. And so when an issue like lack of access to paid leave or paid time off or childcare affects one of the staff members, there's a ripple effect across the entire workforce and ultimately harms the business. And so, we try to reinforce the fact that small businesses are part of local communities that support local economies and humanize businesses from the vantage point of not just the owners themselves, but also their staffs and their employees.
That's right. Well, Ruben, let me just ask you a question. So you're going to a member of Congress. You got 5 minutes, maybe less. What's your elevator pitch? What are the tenets? Like if you're putting an outline together, what needs to go in them?
Well, let me start from the end, right? You want them to remember something, right? You want them to remember you. You want them to remember the point that you're making, whatever it is you're requesting. So everyone's got a different perspective in terms of how to do that. But in the end, you have to go in with remembering that you want them to take away your main points, right? So you've got 5 minutes. The first thing you need to do is prepare, right? Because the 5 minutes goes like this, like me, like I'm just talking right now, and 5 minutes probably have gone away. People are losing attention. So so just start with the end in mind. And so if it's you want them to vote a certain way, start out with it, repeat it 3 times, and tell them why that's important. So just start with the end in mind, what you want them to do, to vote for something, to vote against something, to investigate something, to come to follow up with you. Just begin with the end in mind.
And so, DDA, what's more important, like talking about policy or telling a story?
Always start with your story, because that is your truth, not just as a small business owner, but also as a constituent. And I also think it is more compelling, and you are able to bring to life your story in a way that policy doesn't necessarily lend itself to, and policy is reserved for staff like myself. We're here to follow up with congressional offices and policymakers on the finer details and the policy nuances. But what will move a policymaker is hearing how your business as an owner is being affected by X, Y, and Z issue, and to explain how those challenges are preventing your business from either succeeding or thriving.
And
if I could too,
no, go ahead.
I think both are really important. As was mentioned, obviously start with your story, but it's such a strong combination of story and data of information and a specific request. Because if it's just a story, it's that. But if it's a much more persuasive and more powerful argument if you have facts to back up what you're trying to emphasize. So I think having both is really important.
Yeah, and I was going to say, one of the benefits, tomorrow there will be both staff on the call, and we'll have a leave behind, and we'll have you. And I think that when you go in, if you're going in alone, you need to have both. Maybe you have the details in a leave behind, and then you go over those quickly, or someone in your team goes over them quickly, and then someone is dedicated to that story, right? The meetings. So, I was a chief of staff for a senator. The meetings I took, the ones I remember are the ones in which I cried.
Mm-hmm.
The story was so compelling. It wasn't the policy discussions that was important, but most of the time the staff you're meeting with, are also aware of some of the policy finer points. So you want them to have a story that they can take back to their boss. You want it so compelling. And we're going to talk about that for a second, just the mechanics of a meeting. Now, a lot of people feel that when they go in and meet, that they should meet with the member. And sometimes you will meet with the member, but sometimes you meet with staff. As a matter of fact, a lot of times you meet with staff. When is it essential to meet with the member? And when is it actually okay and maybe even better to meet with the staff? Any ideas? Anyone have feedback on that?
I'm happy to jump in, Joy.
Yeah.
There is never any downside to meeting with staff. Members of Congress are extremely busy, just as small business owners are, especially when Congress is in session. They are juggling committee hearings, speeches, press events, fundraising calls. You can go down the list, and it's very hard to find time with a member of Congress. And if you get 5 to 10 minutes, consider that a victory. But don't feel shortchanged by meeting with staff, because they are the eyes and ears of the member. They are the policy experts on economic issues as they pertain to small businesses. And so they serve as the conduit between you as the storyteller and advocate and the member of Congress who will ultimately make the final call on a policy decision. So building a relationship with staff is always a good thing. And you're more likely to have more time with the staff person to fully tell your story and to hammer home your points.
Right. I absolutely agree. And oftentimes staff is a gateway to the member if you're building a relationship. If you're just going in for one thing and it's hit or miss, then that's something different. But if you're really advocating for your business, for your industry, and taking the long view, developing a relationship with staff creates an opening with the members as well over time, if you develop a good relationship with staff. And as was mentioned, I've had meetings, sit-down meetings with staff. I've had meetings with members in the hallways when they're in between sessions, and sometimes you'll take whichever one you can get. And with the member also, I think if you have some kind of personal connection, if you're a constituent, or you have mutual acquaintances or something along those lines, sometimes that helps with the connection with the member. But definitely staff, I would often recommend going in first and talking with staff, really getting a perspective of the office, if you will.
Absolutely. And one thing I'll add on that, I'll piggyback, is that if you are a constituent in the state, it's great when you go in and meet with the folks in Washington, that they also are able to say, hey, do you know of this business, to their state director or who may be their small business liaison. You want them to be saying, of course I know that business. I've been invited to their events. I was invited to their opening. You want to have a relationship with your local office of your House or Senate, House and Senate, really, member. And I want to talk about party. That's what we're going to talk. We're going to move into party affiliation.
Party? Oh, that kind of party. Okay, got it.
Right. Don't we wish we're talking about something more fun than electoral politics? But so many of us only go in to those who share an R or a D with us, or an I, as the case may be. I know what your answer is going to be. How big of a mistake is that?
Well, you know what, you've got it, just like you have different kinds of customers, right? You've got to build relationships across the aisle, and you've got to find in any case, if you're working with someone of the same party or different party, find those common interests, right? Where the interests intersect. That's the key, I think.
DDA, what do you think?
Yeah, and I would just echo Ruben and remind everyone of the ebbs and flows of politics. The pendulum swings. One party may be in power today, may not be in party next year, or a couple of years from now. And so in terms of investing in the relationship building aspect with these offices, it's important to speak with offices from both sides, and also remind them of the fact that you are still a voter and these issues matter to you as a constituent. And most of the time, these issues are nonpartisan. They want the small business economy to succeed in their district or state. And so it shouldn't matter which party they belong to.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think it's important that you all know, you want to build relationships on both sides because, yeah, one party's on top today, and it definitely ebbs and flows. And if you're building a longer-term relationship, and folks, staff, and members see you're there working on these issues with them when they're in the majority or when they're in the minority, that's developing a relationship, I think, that can last over time.
That's right. And everyone, you have to excuse me, I had a little technical difficulty for a second there. I think that's absolutely right. And another, pro tip I'll share with you, when I was on the Hill, a lot of times people would come in, preaching to the choir. We wanted to, of course, hear their story, but they were telling us things we already knew. And my boss would say, well, have you gone to talk to my Republican counterpart, right? Because that's actually, because we're Democrats, right? That's what we needed to do to move it, and vice versa. If you're going in to talk to a Republican member and you know that they support it, but you don't have a Democratic support, you got to go in and talk to the people who aren't with you, right? In order to try to move it, especially when things are so, closely held and divided. It's really important. So I'm glad to say that. And you know what? That is also good practice, because you will find that as you'll learn what works well in each office. And this is also why personal stories are so important, because sometimes the policy, good people can always disagree. But when you tell a personal story, no one can disagree with you about your personal story, challenge, success, etc. So, I want to remind everyone that we have we're happy to take questions. We want to hear, your advocacy stories. We want to hear what works for you. We want to hear, what questions you have, for our experts. So moving on a little bit. So a lot of the work that, the Urban League does is we are, oftentimes representing small business owners of color. And we know that that is important to the demographic that Didier is talking about and the demographic that Wells Fargo and Reuben support. And we love that. But where does that factor into when you're a small business? You're a business, right? Are you representing a community of color? Like, how do you approach that? How do you deal with issues of race in your story when you're talking about an economic matter? What is just enough? What may be too much?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything, if there's any too much these days right now, talking about, what America is looking like, what small business people, what the demographics of our country are. And we know the growth in minorities and diverse small businesses is tremendous. And so I think it's important to raise the issues that we've been talking about in terms of supporting diverse small business owners in the issues that they're facing, whether it's reeling from the pandemic, and dealing with the economic downturn and other issues that we're seeing. I think we do need to elevate the issue and say there are some specific issues affecting small business owners, diverse small business owners, and we need to put attention onto.
So don't shy away from that. That's important. That's a part of your story. And no matter what race of person is on the other side, whether it's staff or a member, they need to know uniquely what is your challenge. And so I know that some business owners, that's not the mode that they're in when they're going to talk. But if you think it's relevant to your story, we don't want you to shy away from that. Didier, do you agree?
Absolutely. And going back to something Reuben said at the top of this call around backing up stories with facts and evidence and research, one of my go-tos is the fact that coming out of the Great Recession, Black women entrepreneurs were the ones leading the small business charge as part of our recovery from the Great Recession. And that same demographic is creating new businesses right now as part of the recovery to the global pandemic. So, continuing to better support BIPOC entrepreneurs at a time when they've shown to be extremely successful coming out of economic duress, I think demonstrates to policymakers that on top of being a racial equity issue, it's also an economic issue for the local economies that they serve. So, we continue to bring that story to light, mostly because so many of those entrepreneurs and small business owners were left behind by some of the larger COVID relief programs. I think they were improved over the past 2 years to make sure that access was more equitable, but certainly at the outset, many of those entrepreneurs were left out completely from relief at the benefit of larger businesses that didn't have as much need.
That is a great point. So I have a question that I think goes to how do you decide who to talk to? All right. So you know what to say when you get in front of someone, but you have the small business committee. You have in the House and Senate. We'll hear from someone on the Senate Small Business Committee just short few minutes from now. But there are other committees that are also relevant to small businesses. How do you decide? Do you only talk to people who are on the small business committee or only talk to the member from your district? How do you make a decision to go and talk to someone else? We have a question in the Q&A about a tax matter. Do you go and talk to a member, on the, the finance committee? How do you make a determination?
So I'd start this way. I would start with my local member. That member may or may not be on a relevant committee, but it's helpful if you have a relationship with your local member, because that member might be able to help you connect with others. But then beyond that, quite frankly, for small business people who don't spend their time in the Washington bubble, groups like the National Urban League, like Main Street Alliance, like the diverse chambers, we should be able to rely on these incredible organizations to help give us guidance and say, here are members that are most important on these particular issues. Here's who we want to go to, because these are maybe the swing votes or the important votes here. So really, this is where the National Urban League and others shine in terms of helping us figure out, okay, who are the members that we should be addressing? Often they will be leadership in specific committees on specific issues. But I go back again, but try to develop, if you can, a relationship with your local representative, senator, because that's really a foundation of, I think, the relationships that you build throughout Washington.
DDA, anything for you?
I think Ruben covered it exceptionally well. I would just add that it's important to remember, as was mentioned earlier, to do your homework. Members of Congress serve on multiple committees. And so knowing who your elected official is, number one, but which committees they serve on, and which of those committees have an impact on your small business based on their jurisdiction is crucial. So yeah, make sure you do a little bit of mining beforehand and understand what their background is.
All right. Well, now we talked about Congress, and Congress is always changing. Every 2 years, there's a possibility. But there are other people in Washington, D.C. and in the federal sector that you need to pay attention to, and that's those who are in the executive branch, and we can't leave them out. So you're going to MBDA. We've heard a lot from them today. We've heard from Small Business Administration. How do you approach them? Normally, you're not meeting with the head of the agency. You are definitely meeting with staff at that level, right? Because they run such big organizations. They are more well-versed in your issue area, right? How do you even start with a federal agency? Ruben, I know you're ready to answer that question, because I mean, it's so big. Like, where do you start?
Right. Yeah, that's a great question. So I go back to, again, organizations like NUL and Main Street Alliance are going to know who are the folks in these positions in these independent agencies and the administration agencies that are most relevant to the issues that we care about. Again, going back to your member of Congress as well can be a source for that. Do a little bias. If you have a relationship or the organizations have a relationship in the White House with an appropriate office there, they can also make a recommendation or encourage folks in these different agencies to meet with you. I mean, if that's a route to go as well. But I think it's really hard for a small business person to fly into DC and say, I'm going to meet with somebody at the Department of Commerce or at SBA. Again, you really need to start with one of our fantastic advocacy organizations to help lead the way. But once you're there, I think some of the same issues apply. But one thing I found in my service and time in Washington, DC, there are some incredible people at these agencies. They know their stuff. So you do have to come prepared because these are people who have dedicated their life, to small business in the SBA, for example, to commerce and the like. And so, I would go into the assumption that they're allies. They want to see diverse small businesses be successful. So let's do our homework as we go in to figure out what is it that we're asking for. We want them to look at.
That's right. DDA, what about you?
And I would just add, in terms of importance, winning policy change, passing legislation is a great victory, but it's only half of the battle. Because laws need to be implemented and they need to be implemented well. And so having relationships with those agencies that are responsible for implementation will go a long way towards ensuring that the policy that you've worked so hard to move actually supports your business in the end.
That's right. And one of the things Natalie said earlier, she talked about a lot of the regional offices and the local offices. So you got to get to know them, get to know your National Urban League and other like organizations, but also get to know those small business SBA or Department of Commerce or MBDA, like the folks that are on the ground who are dedicated to your particular area or region. They can also help you find the assistance you need. And as thank you, Ruben, for giving us a shout out. Main Street Alliance, National Urban League, we can also point you in the right direction. And the thing I think also to remember, because I'm a political person, and I know a lot of times people don't want to go to an administration when it doesn't share their values or views. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a mistake. Most of the people that work at agencies are not, they personally are affiliated with parties, I'm sure, I guess, but they work, as we said, Joanne, before, she's worked at MBDA for 20 years through several different changes of presidential administration. She's always there willing to provide that assistance and that knowledge, and frankly, how you navigate whatever political issues might be happening. Not speaking to her personally, but any career staff understands, here's what works, here's what doesn't work, here's who you can talk to, here's who not to talk to. But that happens regardless. Those facts that they have, those resources typically exist no matter who is in power. Now, that doesn't mean who's in power doesn't matter. I'll never say that. But and then that does change, but it really is worth it. Many things, information are things that are always available to you. So please don't cut yourself off because you don't like who is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue or who you don't like in the front office. Don't cut yourself off from career staff who are there to help you. Didier, Ruben, anything you want to augment on that?
Absolutely, Joy, absolutely. And again, as we've been saying, things change, and I think it's the main thing is developing a mindset that you're building relationships, right? Because you mentioned a lot of these individuals are there for a number of different administrations. And so maybe they're not able to be as helpful, at a certain time versus another time. Also, you'll find the people, you meet the receptionist on your first trip to DC, and if you do it for a number of years, that person is, an official at that agency, years later, and can make a difference, for example.
Oh, that's 1,000% correct. You never know who you're meeting. DDA, anything on that?
Yeah, I would just add that sometimes it might even be more important when you have a less friendly administration to equip career staff with the stories that will help hold the line on bad policy decisions. And that's where, having the relationships with the right people at the agencies, as Joy said, can go a long way in preventing really bad things from happening.
Yeah. So let me circle back, because we've talked about the Hill and we've talked about the administration. Let's talk about what you do at home, right? Before you even dare to go to Washington, D.C. or send an email or however you do it. It's about relationships, as Ruben has said several times here. How do you build a relationship beyond just with staff? And I want to specifically ask, what should you be doing in your business as you're doing your work? Should you have a list of people that you call when you have an opening? Or you have some big news to share?
Exactly. Yeah, just as you were saying earlier, if you're developing this relationship, you're inviting them to any kind of good news you have, you want to share it. So, you want to send out at least, send out an email or let them know about the good news. If you have a brick and mortar and you're having openings, then you want to invite these folks, the political offices, the administrative SBA, local SBA folks to come. And, they may or may not be able to make it, but you're keeping the connection going, which I want to emphasize that, the meetings themselves, you're going to Washington, you have to follow up. Because if a relationship isn't just meeting once and maybe coming back the next year, but you want to follow up. It's more than just sending a thank you note or something, but maybe hopefully you've talked about something of substance, and so you're providing more information that they've requested, or you're requesting more information, but you're creating opportunities for back and forth.
That's right.
And I would also mention that you may be coming to DC to meet with the DC staff in a congressional office, but take advantage of developing relationships with the district and state level staff, because they're in constant communication with the DC staff. And you may have specific needs for your business that could be better addressed by the local office staff. So be sure to cover both bases.
I think that's right. And so there's another reason why I'm encouraging you to be proactive about reaching out to your members of Congress, about reaching out to organizations like NUL. Many times, and to executive agencies, many times we are asked to recommend people to storytell in a more public way, a congressional hearing, an agency level hearing, or just a meeting. And we need to know who's out there and who's available and who, can represent themselves and other small business owners well. And so people need to know that you're out there. We also want to know who to bring in if there's a tabling opportunity. So we really do need to we need you to kind of hang a lantern on yourself a little bit. And that is also what many of our entrepreneurship centers are already doing. But even if you're not availing yourself of that, we need you to do that. That is so helpful. And I would say the other thing is you're telling your story, you're putting yourself, out there. We need you to organize. Didi, I want you to talk a little bit about one of the things Main Street Alliance says, and I'm a big fan of both Wells Fargo and Main Street Alliance. But can you tell me about organizing? I mean, it's not something a small business owner sort of went to school to do, right? They were wanting to do whatever it is that God has gifted them to do. But in order to thrive in this day and age, do you have to organize?
Absolutely. And to a certain degree, I think policymakers in Congress are impressed by numbers. So if your organization can bring X thousand number of members, that can move the needle a little bit. But at Main Street Alliance, we care more about organizing from the standpoint of deep relationship building. We don't want this to be a transactional process where either side is being extracted for a certain purpose or gain. We want to provide opportunities for small business owners to meet other small business owners who share common challenges, who face the same issues. And a lot of the time, they don't have to be even in the same geography or location. And so in some ways, one silver lining of the pandemic is that through Zoom, like we're on today, and other virtual platforms, we've been able to connect small business owners more readily around the country to share their stories, to learn from their peers, or in some cases for our top leaders to mentor new small business owners who are new to this space, have never advocated to local officials or federal lawmakers before. And so any chance that we have to bring small business owners together and then to turn around and bring other small business owners to the table, ideally through Main Street Alliance and our organizing strategy, but either way, lifting up as many small business voices as we can is our organizing approach, and to continue to build relationships with them so that we are understanding what issues are impacting their business the most.
Absolutely. Ruben, do you want to augment on that?
No, I think you said it
Yeah.
perfectly. Yeah.
So one of the other, I think that's right. One of the other things I think you should think about is bringing in your clients. And this is also about storytelling, and this is over the arc of your relationship, right? It's not just one meeting, it's multiple meetings that come back in. I can always, who's being served by me also is relevant, because you may not be a small business owner of color, but maybe your clients are, right? Maybe the community you serve are, right? I mean, you want people to share that story about why you are so important and why the decisions that are being made that impact your, company are so relevant. But I have a specific question though for Ruben and DDA. How do you use your staff, or utilize maybe a better word? Do you engage them in the advocacy process, or do you leave it to just you? Is there a line there that you don't want to cross?
For small business people?
Yeah. If you have staff, many don't.
Right. Yeah, I think it depends. Sometimes it's the size. Again, some small business people I know, like my parents are just self-employed. I mean, there's really no staff to speak of. Others might have a larger workforce, even though they're small business. And there, I think it's if your employees or staff have a passion for this, for advocacy, for example, then I would encourage you to include them. And I think that they could be great spokespersons, if you will, for small business.
Yeah. DDA, what about you all? I know you all do this a lot. Where do you all draw the line? Like, do you give advice on that?
We actually try and cross-pollinate as much as we can. I am not an organizing expert, but I benefit greatly from understanding what our organizing team does on a daily basis. And, you mentioned earlier that this is a big week for you all in DC. It's also our week of action in DC. Yeah. And we have a member delegation going to the Hill tomorrow for meetings. And we've intentionally decided to have meetings accompanied by staff from across our organization, not just the folks that work on policy. And that's by design, so that organizers can also hear the stories that the folks that they've brought in to tell to a policymaking audience, and learn a bit more about the nuts and bolts of how policy is done. So yeah, we fully encourage sort of that sharing across the team.
Okay, so that's perfect. DDA, let's talk about policy a little bit. What, I know you talked about it at the top, but people come and go, and I want to make sure, what are small businesses advocating for? What's Main Street Alliance advocating for small businesses, especially those folks who are very small businesses? And then Ruben, I'd love for you to begin thinking about mid-size, right? As we get a little bigger, what matters to those groups right now? What's in the conversation? We even don't have to agree, but what are the most pressing topics? DDA.
Yeah, thanks, Joy. I think really at the top of the list right now would be the lack of affordable and accessible childcare, because that is having a huge effect on the workforce for small businesses, keeping parents at home amid a hiring shortage. They're not able to fill positions as easily right now, and the folks that they have are suffering from childcare issues. Secondly, I would say healthcare, which also affects their employees. The American Rescue Plan last year provided an increase in the premium tax credit for the Affordable Care Act. And that needs to be extended, if not made permanent, because that has been a huge support to small businesses and their employees in reducing the cost of healthcare. So I would say, those are really, really top of mind. Of course, access to capital will always be an issue, especially since many weren't able to access relief programs for COVID specifically. But I would say those are the three right now.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a question though, Didier? I mean, some small business owners might be afraid though of paid leave. Now, we know who I've worked for. I think many people know I worked for Kirsten Gillibrand. I'm a big paid leave advocate. I must say that on the record. That said, what are small businesses thinking? Some are excited about it because those will help get some consistency in their employees. Others, however, are afraid of the cost. Can you offer any insights into what are some of the issues they're dealing with there?
Yeah, and we've advocated for a shared cost system where both employer and employee pay a small percentage into a fund, into a social insurance fund that enables there to be a paid leave bank for those times when employees need to take care of loved ones or themselves. That being said, the president's paid leave proposal that, by the way, did pass the House would have been fully financed by Treasury, and it would have been paid for by ensuring that large corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay into our tax system. So obviously, I think that would be the preference of small business owners, to have a government program at the federal level that would support X number of weeks of paid leave, paid family and medical leave. But beyond that, I think owners and employees generally are very supportive of a shared cost system.
Yeah, and is the thinking that paid leave allows them to compete with larger employers, allows them to have a little more consistency? I mean, what are some of the other reasons why paid leave is so important, not just to the employees, because that's important, but also to the bottom line?
Exactly. So often, because small business owners of smaller businesses operate on such thin margins, they can't compete with larger businesses and companies that offer better benefits. And so we try and lift up the stories of small business owners who oftentimes, especially during COVID, paid out of their own pocket for their staff to stay home and keep themselves and their families safe amid a very uncertain and unpredictable pandemic. But they can only pay out of pocket for so long. But it underscores how employee retention is so important to these business owners, how their employees are more than just dispensable staff, that they are a meaningful part of the business, to show that they're willing to extend into their own bank accounts to support their employees, which is why We've seen recent victories in Maryland and Delaware in terms of passing state level paid leave programs. So the trend is moving in the right direction. It's time for the US to catch up to the rest of the world. We're one of only 2 developed nations that doesn't guarantee paid leave.
Right. Well, Ruben, thank you so much, DDA. So Ruben, let's talk about bigger businesses because,
Yeah.
you know, Urban League does a lot of work on the smaller end of the scale. Many African Americans have known in employees, just like your parents. Just like me, I didn't have an employee when I had a small business. It was just me by myself out there consulting. But as we get bigger and we want communities of color to have businesses that are bigger, and we're so thankful to this to these government contracts and the changes the SBA made to try to bring in additional business owners, and those size guidelines are so important. What are their concerns? We talked about some, but what are some of the ones that you've been hearing?
Yeah. Well, so they're not a lot different than some of the smaller businesses. DDA mentioned, you know, access to capital. So access to affordable capital, right? And so a lot of these businesses, very small to larger businesses, are looking for access to capital that makes sense for them so that they can finance the growth, expansion of their businesses. And so that is a top issue. When interest rates are low and when interest rates are high, it continues to be an issue that we're very familiar with. And so, you know, that's where the SBA is such an important player in terms of access to capital for these businesses. Contracting is another. You know, there's just so much opportunity now that we're seeing now and moving forward in terms of contracting with the federal government, state and local governments. And so a lot of these companies, these very small companies, or these emerging, less small companies, I guess, that want to grow, want to make sure there's a level playing field. They're having to compete with these large companies for contracts, government contracts, and they want to make sure that they have an opportunity and they don't get squeezed out basically without an opportunity to compete for these. So that's an area I think that will be an area hopefully of focus for policymakers in terms of determining how do we get diverse small businesses that want access to the contracting opportunities. How do we give them a fair shot? Because when I was running a chamber of commerce, you know, the 2 things that companies that I knew wanted, the small businesses, were access to capital and more customers. You know, they just want more business. They want business to grow, and how you do it through customers. So contracting is one way to do that. And so I'm hoping that through a number of different efforts, we'll see more attention on procurement opportunities, contracting opportunities for diverse businesses that provides them a better chance to get these contracts. You're on mute, Joy.
Sorry about that. I do have a question in the chat, or rather a comment. Katia Mitchell's out there and she says affordable housing is important to small businesses. And I bet student loans are as well. I'll go in and add a couple things that we've been hearing from our small business owners that matter to them. So, you know, it's the other costs. A small business owner is just a person, right, who owns a business. Sometimes they don't even have, they're just a sole proprietor out there, right. And their ability to grow is dependent on student loan debt and affordable housing. And so, Ruben, I know you all do a lot of that at Wells Fargo, so talk about the cross sections of those issues.
Oh, definitely. Well, you know, who are small business people? Who are diverse small business people? They're people in the community, right? I mean, and some of them are dealing with student loan debt. Yeah. Everyone is dealing with housing affordability as an issue. Yeah. And so that's something that we're very, very focused on in terms of our philanthropic work and in terms of the work that we do, Wells Fargo, in terms of banks, brick and mortar banks. Wells Fargo, you know, is among the largest in terms of providing loans to diverse families across the country. So you cannot separate it, quite frankly. I mean, there's this intersectionality of the problem of housing affordability in these markets and small business people who are, again, trying to get their businesses to grow. It's a challenge to get employees if people can't afford housing. It's a challenge putting pressure on these small businesses because they're not able to compete as DDA mentioned, with larger businesses who can pay more for employees. So it is a real issue. So housing affordability for Wells Fargo is really front and center in terms of the work that we're doing. And I think there's that intersection where it affects small business people and employees in small businesses around the country. You're on mute again, Joy.
Oh, no, I actually muted myself by accident.
Oh.
DDA, what? I mean, like, I'm sure you hear about this all the time, but I'm gonna switch topics for you. And you might be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she's gonna go there. Let's talk about the minimum wage. It has been off the table, but we get a lot of small businesses who are saying, I want to advocate for a raise in the minimum wage, but I'm concerned. And we know that the statistics are out there that small businesses support it, but maybe not quite at $15 an hour. Anything, I know that Main Street Alliance has spoken on this before, and I'd love to know sort of, what are you hearing on the ground, especially as we come out of pandemic?
Thanks for that, Joy. Yeah, our members tend to support not just an increase in the federal minimum wage, but support a living wage for their employees. I think they recognize that it helps with not just employee retention, but helps with staff morale, keeps employees more invested in the business and staying connected to the business. But maybe most importantly, the increase in wages enables local dollars to be circulated within the community and within that specific small business economy.
Yeah.
And so I would venture to say you'd be hard pressed to find a single member in our organization. First of all, the federal minimum wage at its current rate is obnoxiously low, right? It has not been increased in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. They're already paying above it. But you know, I think a living wage is what we should be talking about in this day and age.
Absolutely. Well, that is super helpful. So as we begin to turn the corner to wrap up, I want to remind you that we are still taking questions. Julius is waiting for your questions, but he's been helping me behind the scenes. He's like, and I have another one. He is really your advocate here, and I have to give a shout out to he and Stephanie and Susie. You always got to thank your team. Let me, just as we turn, I want to make sure folks know who they need to be watching in the federal government for opportunities, even if those opportunities are coming through the state. If they know when they're happening, right? They know when the state's getting money. They may know when there may be an opportunity coming up at the local level. We want to make sure that, or when an organization might have gotten resources.
Mm-hmm.
So we want you to follow the Department of Commerce, which houses MBDA. We've already talked about that, but it also houses NTIA. There was a huge influx of money into broadband. A lot of opportunities are going to be coming in that tech space. I think someone said it earlier. I want to do what Ruben encouraged us to do. Hit that note again so that you don't forget. Tech got a lot of money in the infrastructure bill. And there's going to be a lot of money coming through states, and a lot of big businesses are going to get that money, but a lot of them are going to have requirements around subcontracting and small businesses and diversity goals. And you want to be in there. And so we want you to be reaching out to those broadband offices at your local level, watching what's happening at Commerce, so at MBDA, but also NTIA. And then SBA, right, its own agency. Who else, Ruben and DDA, should you be, other agencies to be monitoring for?
Well, it really depends on the industry that you're in. Department of Transportation, right? Department of Interior. I mean, there are a lot of resources flowing through a number of federal agencies, and those agencies themselves pass on through grants and other programs to state and local jurisdictions, districts, transportation agencies, hospital districts, school districts, and the like. So I'm taking one step back. I think for some of the folks watching, certification is so important. And again, that's where you need to go to an organization like your diverse chambers or others who can help you get certified or point you in the right direction to get certified. And that's just the beginning of this wonderful adventure of procurement and contracting, which again is why you need organizations like the Urban League and Main Street Alliance and others, because small businesses need advocates to stand up for them, but they can't do the job unless small businesses say, hey, raise my hand and I want to be part of the solution.
That's right. DDA.
I think you both have covered the sort of the key agencies that have been at the forefront over the past few years during COVID. But one other I'd mention is the Treasury Department, which is leading the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, which has been reauthorized. It was first launched under the Obama administration, but this time has been reauthorized for a second round with a lot more money to boost capital access programs in all 50 states. And it's just getting going as we speak. So pay attention to the SSBCI at Treasury. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about monopoly power, but under the new leadership at the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, they are much more interested in reducing corporate concentration. And so that's another agency that could be useful. And then finally, the Labor Department really focuses on care economy supports, paid leave, childcare, retirement security. And so those are also really important to small businesses.
That's right. And, you know, frankly, one of the things that happened during the pandemic was there were expansions. Erica has a comment. We'll get to you in a second, Erica. I agree. We had
and Erica knows. She knows.
Erica knows. That's right. We had expansions that that were able to serve sole proprietors through unemployment insurance and other issues. So really making sure you're familiar with what's happening in other agencies, the conversations that are happening there. We don't have to accept the limitations of how we thought about small business before. Things are changing. You definitely want to be engaged on a range of platforms, but you don't have to do it alone. One of the reasons we're doing this is not because we want you to go out there and do everything by yourself. As Ruben says, we want you to go through Main Street Alliance. We want you to go through National Urban League. We want you to go through your chamber's other organizations. But it is so helpful when you come armed. Not everyone can go. Everyone's an advocate, but not everyone's a great advocate. I'll never tell you, I'll never tell you that. The truth is the folks who are armed and are researched. I think Ruben and DDA have talked about that. When we come to you and we talk to you about some of these programs, we want you to have some familiarity with them so that you are a better advocate for yourself and so that you can tailor your stories to that when you're doing the advocating. And then also we want you to sort of be aware of opportunities so that you can knock on our door and say, you know what? I'm hearing about this. How does this relate to me? And the answer may be it doesn't, or not yet, or it's coming through your state, but it's coming through this. But when you have that little bit of knowledge and you can come to us and let us know where do we need to be providing additional information so we can put pressure points. We I was talking to some folks at the Department of Commerce. They want to be in community, talking to organizations like ours about you. They don't want to just talk to us. They want to talk to us about you. So when we know where your questions are, where your concerns are, where additional, explanation is needed, that is so helpful. And Erica in the chat, she put it out there for everyone to see. But, SSBCI, which DDA mentioned, has set aside for minority-owned businesses on here. And so we need you to know that that can be a great resource for you, and you have to go knocking on your state doors. And just for the record, I know that what should you be looking for at the state level? What offices are typically your first line of defense at the state level? Most of these folks know it, they're old pros, but just in case. DDA, I'll let you start.
I would just recommend every state has an economic development agency of some kind. They might be called something slightly different, but I would steer you towards anything economic development related, because also typically the small business hub sits within that agency.
That's right. And as always, you just got a question in under the wire. And I'm going to put some resources in the chat, or hopefully Julius, who's out there, can. We have a question about small businesses who are entering emerging markets. And, they're trying to learn where all the resources are. And so I don't know if everyone can see the question, but, this person is specifically talking about cannabis. And how do we move into that? And they're advocating for change in laws, right? So bigger than some others, they have to even advocate for the right to do legal business, right? So they're going to be talking to the Department of Justice and judiciary committees and all of that, a whole different arm we didn't even talk about today. And the question here is, are we welcoming to these businesses? The answer is yes, yes, yes. So we will make sure to put in the chat as soon as we can our statement. Urban League released a policy on cannabis, and we definitely are supportive of people in that emerging market. My brother works in that market. It is growing. We know that there's a lot there. We know that there are bills that we are fighting for that will make that a safer market for people to operate in, so that they can bank legally, but also so that we are dealing with the equity provisions that are needed to restore and recover and heal from decades of a war on drugs that have incarcerated communities of color and sometimes locked us out of the small business conversation that we're having here today, and robbed communities of color of generational wealth. So absolutely, the National Urban League is very welcome. But the questioner is also asking about Main Street Alliance. And Ruben, I'd also love to know, like, has Wells Fargo done any thinking around that? And are you doing any advocating around emerging markets like cannabis?
I really, quite frankly, don't know what our company line is right now on it.
Yeah, no, that's
there's
fine.
some restrictions in terms of the banking
Yes.
aspect of it. But I encourage folks to be part of the solution, as we're talking about now. Some of these things, it takes a while to change, right? To create change, but the change happens, as Dee Dee knows very well, in terms of organizing and getting the small business people to tell their story, to say, what are those impediments and which agencies have the ability to change those impediments. And so, if that's something that you're interested in, you're literally interested, financially interested in it, then, you have to get involved and start talking to your representatives and folks within the agencies.
Yeah. DDA, have you all really tackled small business owners in the cannabis industry yet?
We have, and we welcome those small business owners. There's nothing that I could say that could top what you said, Joy, about the issue. So we're fully aligned. What I'd love to do is maybe share a short video from one of our CBD business owners on the subject. And thank you for the question, Shanita. Happy to connect you further if you're interested.
Absolutely. We will make sure that gets in the chat as well. Thank you, Shanita, for that question. And DDA put in the YouTube link, and we also put in our National Urban League cannabis policy, which includes some small business elements in it. And let me tell you,
Joy, can I just put in another plug for SSBCI, as Erica was mentioning? Folks, just Google that, look it up in your state. There may be opportunities for folks in different industries to participate and really. And Erica, by the way, had a personal role in helping to move things along there. So
I know she did. So I'm glad to champion that and see her on. We have so many good resources for you here. And perhaps what we can do is put in the chat something about SSBCI, but that's a perfect example. Money going to states, but that will also flow through to small businesses. Where, yes, thank you for your leadership, Erica. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So I know that sometimes it can go over your head. You're like, why am I getting excited about money that's going to the state? But the thing is, it alerts you. And I know we're not talking about politics here, but sometimes you may be from a state that maybe you don't have the relationship with them that you want. We already talked about why you're gonna go try to have that relationship. And it doesn't matter what party it is. But maybe they don't want to have a relationship with you, right? You may be doing all the right things, but they're not as open. But you want them to know that that money is on the way and that you are waiting and counting on them to serve you as a constituent.
Right.
That's the kind of knowledge. National Urban League will be right there with you and doing that work. But it always helps when you're there. Main Street Alliance will be right there with you. Wells Fargo will be right there with you. But it always helps when we know you care about this. And so we can set our priorities in a way that serve you best. With that, I want to thank our panelists. Ruben Morales, I hope I've been saying that right.
You said perfectly.
Yes. DDA Trin, did I say that right? Absolutely. Ruben again is from Wells Fargo, our sponsor. DDA from my partner, Main Street Alliance, some of my favorite advocates. And my name is Joy Cheney, and we are so, thank you for Julius for helping me on the back end. We are so glad to be here, and we got more in the chat. Cannabis, evidently we should have been talking about that the whole time because people are excited. Thank you all so much. I want to echo the chat. Thanks to you all. We really appreciate your advice. Guys, get your 5-minute elevator pitch down. Tell your story, have your facts, and then follow up with something they're going to remember, and always be happy to see staff and do what I did at the end. Always thank them for their service. You wouldn't believe how effective that is. Government workers get a lot of hard time, but as you will see from the folks that we have on here, they are here to serve you, and they do so most of the time happily, gladly, and with great honor. And so we want to thank them, and we want to, even as we hold them accountable. Thank you so much. And I look forward to continue to advocate with you. I'll see you after. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we got an award to give, and we're going to hear from our president and CEO of the National Urban League, Mark Morial.
Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joy. Have a great week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we're on break. We'll see you. Team behind the scenes, let us know when we're ready to begin. Senator Cardin.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? We are so glad to have you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you all. It's good to be with you. I'm sorry I'm 2
Yes.
minutes late.
Oh, no, no problem. Well, I want you to say, most importantly, before I remind you of who I am your constituent from the
That's
great state
great.
of
Thank
Maryland.
you. Yeah.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. As you see, we have with us Senator Benjamin Ben Cardin, as we call him in Maryland. He is our friend, and we love him as our longtime senator. Let me remind you, though, we are here with him today. He is the chair of the Senate Small Banking Committee. And so many of the achievements that we have acknowledged today are due to his hard work. And to acknowledge that and to present him with this year's Congressional Champion Award, we have Mark Morial. Team, are we ready to go to Mark's video? He hates that he's not here. He's traveling overseas, but he had a word for you. Here we go.
I want to say greetings to all. Thank you for joining the National Urban League's 2022 Small Business Capitol Hill Summit, presented by Wells Fargo. This summit is a pre-conference to our annual Legislative Policy Conference, which will be held virtually in June. As a part of LPC, we want to honor our congressional champions. That is those who played a big role in ensuring our nation's public policy addresses the needs of all of its citizens. A true champion, the African American community and our urban communities across the nation. This year, I'm proud that we present our 2022 Congressional Champion Award to Senator Ben Cardin of the great state of Maryland. Senator Cardin chairs the Senate Small Business Committee, which is now known as the Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. And we celebrate Senator Cardin for his dedication and service to our nation's small and Black-owned businesses. Chairman Cardin's commitment to small business owners, including our nation's 3 million Black entrepreneurs, is second to none. He's played a crucial role in ensuring that COVID relief funding through the Paycheck Protection Program was directed to community lenders like CDFIs and minority banks. He also worked tirelessly to secure additional funding for small business owners that were left out of the initial round of the PPP program. Very importantly, the senator sponsored an important piece of legislation, the Minority Business Resiliency Act of 2021, which was included in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act that President Biden signed into law last fall. What does this legislation do? It makes the minority business Development Agency a permanent U.S. agency to strengthen its ability to meaningfully support minority-owned U.S. businesses. It is with these and for these remarkable achievements in mind that we honor Senator Ben Cardin's service to our nation. Senator Cardin, on behalf of the National Urban League and our 92 affiliates across this nation, we thank you for your service and congratulations.
Thank you, Mark. Senator Cardin, I have to say it live. On behalf of the National Urban League and Mark Morial, congratulations and thank you for everything you have done. And in particular, what you have done around MBDA is important now, but I just, stories will be told about the dividends it will yield in the future now that we have a permanent agency. I turn it over to you for remarks.
Well, first, Joe Cheney, thank you so much for your very kind comments. Thank you for being a Maryland constituent. We appreciate that very much. And to Mark Morial, I know he's doing some incredible things right now. I thank him for his kind comments, but more importantly, I thank you and the National Urban League for literally being our eyes and ears on the ground as to what we needed to do to respond to COVID-19, but to respond in a way that would be fair to all businesses in our country. We know we had systemic challenges for underserved communities, for minority small businesses before COVID-19, but COVID-19 made matters even worse. And you have been in the forefront of giving us the information we need in order for Congress to act. So first and foremost, thank you so much for everything you have done. Now, I just got this award and I am extremely humbled by getting this award, but I could not have gotten it if I didn't get that great help from the National Urban League. So you made this possible through your engagement in the process. And as you know, we started with a COVID relief package of unprecedented size for small businesses. We put up $1 trillion of federal relief to keep small businesses afloat. And we needed to do that because small businesses may be more creative, they may create jobs, they may be more innovative, but they don't have the resiliency that's necessary to go through an economic downturn. So we provided an influx of help so they could maintain their payrolls and stay afloat during COVID-19. But we recognized that because of the traditional manner in which the 7A program is organized, and we use that under the Paycheck Protection Program, those small businesses that didn't have priority arrangements with private banks were the last in line, not the first in line. And we recognized what businesses were going to suffer the most. And that was minority small businesses, the smaller of the small businesses, those in underserved communities. So we worked from day one to make sure that we could reach the underserved community. I introduced an amendment to the original Paycheck Protection Program with Senator Shaheen that told the SBA, you've got to be sensitive to those in the underbanked community. And the IG's report indicated that initially the SBA did not carry out that intent of Congress. So when we had a chance to fine tune the program with the help of the National Urban League, we were able to target the new funds that went into the Paycheck Protection Program to mission lenders, the CDFIs, that would reach the underserved communities. And we worked in partnership, and we developed the Community Navigator pilot program. And I thank you all for your help in creating that. But you did more than that. You became one of our hubs, which is one of the major grantees, but takes responsibility to create spokes in all communities to help access minority small businesses and those in underserved communities to be able to get this help. And thank you for selecting the Greater Baltimore Urban League as one of your spokes. I'm very proud of the work that they do. They're in my neighborhood, so I work very closely with the Greater Baltimore Urban League. And they are providing incredible assistance. And guess what? We now look at the numbers on the later rounds of help under the SBA programs, and we are doing a much better job in reaching the minority small businesses, the smaller small businesses, and those in underserved communities. So we've made a difference, and we're proud about that. Mark mentioned a bill that I'm extremely proud of when we codified the Minority Business Development Agency. I had a chance to do that in the bipartisan infrastructure package. For the first time, we now have a legislative basis for it. And I was able to create a Parent J. Mitchell grant program to help partner with HBCUs and minority serving institutions to develop the ability of small businesses to do prime contracts with government agencies, which is something, again, that is sorely lacking in our community. It's named after Parent J. Mitchell. Now, those of us from Maryland, we know Parent J. Mitchell, but let me just make sure that this audience recognize what a champion he was on behalf of minority small businesses. He was the first African-American congressman from Maryland. He represented the 7th Congressional District. Actually, it was my congressional district when he was elected to Congress. He went on the Small Business Committee, became chairman of the Small Business Committee in the House, and was able in the 1970s to have the first set-asides on government contracts for minority businesses. We wanted to build on that legacy. And in the legislation that Mark referred to, we set up opportunities for minority small businesses to do a much stronger job in being able to access government contract work. So we are proud of the work in the MBDA program, and we think that's going to make a major difference. But let me just say we're not satisfied by any stretch of the imagination. I'm deeply honored to get this award, but we have a lot more work we need to do. And I'm working with President Biden. We're working on what we call the uplift legislation that's included in the Build Back Better agenda, a legislation that I've authored that would allow the SBA to partner with minority serving institutions, with our HBCUs, with our community colleges, to establish incubators and accelerator programs so that we can get more startup companies in underserved communities. And we also want to have a direct lending program at SBA so you don't have to go through the anxiety of being rejected by a commercial lender, which we know that many of our startup companies in minority communities feel this is a hopeless course. So if we can have direct loans by the SBA, we think we can make a difference. So bottom line is that I thank you for this recognition. I need you to do one thing. I need you to do something else. I need you to continue to be our partner, to continue to be our eyes and ears, continue to work with us and share the information so that we can build a stronger infrastructure to help minority small businesses so they can grow. It's the right thing to do for the equity and values of our country. It's also the right thing to do to grow our economy that we all can benefit. So again, thank you for this honor, and I look forward to continuing to work with you for many, many more years. And I hope that your conference goes well.
Thank you so much. I have here, you will get it in your office in a few days. It says the 2022 Congressional Champion Award presented to the Honorable Ben Cardin for your contributions to minority small business, United States Senate, Maryland. And let me tell you, we take your challenge. We will continue to be your partner on behalf of minority and women-owned small businesses. Thank you so much for what you've done, but more importantly, for what you're going to do.
Thank you. Stay well, everybody.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right. Congratulations. And thank you to Senator Cardin's staff, because as we just talked about in our last panel, they are also part of the solution. We appreciate them as well. All right, everyone. Well, that's it for me. I look forward to turning it back to the team. Today, we have great programming additionally for you. Michael, it's all you.
Thank you so much, Joya, for that great presentation to a senator that is doing such a wonderful job in our community. And that's a model. We hope our senators and representatives helping to advocate for businesses in our community. That's so awesome. Well, good afternoon. If you're on the West Coast, probably still morning. Good morning. Want to welcome everybody to this segment of access to capital. This is one of my exciting topics to talk about with our businesses. I like to rephrase that: access to money. Access to money. Money is the lifeblood of any business. Without it, the business will die. So this is really very timely. So I want to welcome you. We have very powerful panel assembled for you to how to access capital so you could grow your businesses and create jobs in our community. I would love to start down and introduce our powerful panel. I call them powerful because knowledge is power. They are full of knowledge this afternoon, and they're the ones out there helping businesses to really access capital. So we have, I'm gonna have them introduce themselves, but I'm gonna call them one at a time. So if my panel, if you could unmute yourself as I call you, if you could just kind of share with the group, with all these, we have about 100, over 100 people dialing, so you could tell them more about yourself briefly. You know, the first, I'm gonna go by my screen, Everett Sands. Everett Sands is the CEO of Industry. Everett, if you could just introduce yourself and tell America what you do, how you help business.
Okay. So Michael, thank you to you and the Urban League. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. So I am the CEO of Industry. Industry is a fintech, small business and commercial real estate lender. We provide loans nationally across the country, both term loans, lines of credit, SBA loans up to $5 million. We also run a significant amount of grant programs across the U.S. For those who might be interested in grants. And then we do our best to try to educate small businesses in terms of helping them on their path to success. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Okay, great. Thank you, Everest. We'll definitely look forward to hearing more of your insight. Next, we have Oseremi Adekoye. Oseremi is Vice President of Lending with the Urban Empowerment Fund, a National Urban League affiliate organization. Oresemi, could you tell America how you help businesses to succeed?
Thank you, Michael. Again, my name is Oseremi. I'm the VP of Lending at the Urban Empowerment Fund, a subsidiary of the National Urban League. In my role, I oversee all lending operations for the Urban League, which is an emerging community development financial institution. As of today, we're working to stand up the Urban Empowerment Fund to be able to provide capital, as you said, money to small businesses, particularly minority-owned small businesses across the country. I'm excited to be here and honored to be on the panel. Thanks for having me.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Oresemi. And we work together a lot, and we appreciate the work you're doing in this space. And we'll hear more from you in a few minutes. Next is Bob Marshall. Bob is National Business Development Executive with Wells Fargo Bank. And I want to thank you, Bob, and your organization for sponsoring this great summit. We are very appreciative of Wells Fargo's partnership with National Urban League. Bob, if you could tell America about yourself and what you do to help businesses in your area.
Sure, Michael. Thank you for having me. I have direct responsibility for dealing with small business customers whose revenues are anywhere from $1 million to $10 million. And they we know that small business customers are sort of the lifeblood of this country. And our goal is to help them in any way possible. We also, I have responsibility to really influence how we interact with small business customers from a business development perspective through all ranges of customers, entrepreneurs, smaller customers, meaning customers less than $1 million in revenue. And so we're excited to be able to participate with you today, Michael.
Thank you so much, Bob. Last but definitely not least, powerful woman doing great things, Bahia Robinson, CEO and founder of VC Include. So Bahia, please take it away.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you to National Urban League and Wells Fargo. I'm Bahia Yasmin Robinson. I am founder and CEO of the Include franchise, which includes VC Include, which is a training and nonprofit training and education organization focused on fund managers. So the folks that invest in small businesses. I realized after raising capital over the last 15 years or so for underrepresented founders that a lot of the challenge was actually kind of up the supply chain of capital, because if asset allocators aren't investing in managers, investing in companies, particularly tech-enabled companies, that's where a lot of the juggernaut is around access to capital, particularly for technology-enabled companies, which is another part of the lifeblood of American fabric. And so I started to work on providing access to capital to women-led and new majority, folks that look like us, fund managers that are actually providing equity capital, venture capital and private equity to small and growing businesses in the tech sector. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm excited to be here.
Excellent. So America, you've heard it. We have continuum of capital panel is what I call it. We have both the CDFI, the micro lender, we have the traditional business banking from traditional bank, we have the equity sector, the private equity, the VC, and the house. So I'm really, really excited about the topics, what we're going to be talking about today. For those listening, we welcome you. If you're just joining us, please if you have any question, put it on the chat. We will get to as many questions as we can, but to kick it off, I have a few questions I want us to get started with, and then those could trigger additional questions from the audience, and we really welcome your participation. Let me go to, this question is for both Bob and Everett. What do you see as the most prevalent issue facing small, underserved businesses seeking capital? And how has your organization specifically worked with or assisted these business owners to resolve these issues? Bob and Everett, so you could take turn, whoever want to go first.
Everett, I'll go first, and good to see you, frat brother. Hey, we learned directly from the pandemic that there are underserved small businesses who need capital and technical assistance, and they're just not getting it. In particular, diverse and women-owned businesses are being left behind. You know, we really have dealt with this in many ways, but I'll touch on three. First is the Open for Business Fund, which is about $420 million small business relief effort that really gets to creating an infrastructure to get dollars closer to the small business ecosystem across the country. We've granted about 235 grants to CDFIs. Then we touched about 155,000 small businesses, and we've either preserved or created about 255,000 jobs with that effort. And 85% of those funds actually reached underserved small business owners. The second thing that we did was we collaborated with the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center. And there, we created a program for women business owners who could apply for this program. And the program itself enables them to have mentors and experts who will help them grow their business. We've touched about 400 women-owned businesses, and in 2022, we're going to really double down and really create more programming in collaboration with the NEC to get more women into the program and to provide them more services. The third thing that we did was we partnered with the Community Reinvestment Fund USA, to provide a portal that we call the Small Business Resource Navigator. And that navigator actually connects, Michael, small business owners to CDFIs in their local community. We know that CDFIs are inextricably linked to the small business ecosystem, and our small business owners need to know where to go to get the technical assistance and the financing options that these CDFIs can provide them in the near term. And so that's what we do at Wells Fargo.
Excellent. Everett, how about you? What are you guys doing to help, or what are the issues you see most businesses face, and how you guys helping to provide solution to those issues?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Michael, and Bob, good to see you as well. I think we're looking at it similar to Bob, so I'll just add on to what he said. One is we need more deployers of capital that look like us. And so what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to not only as Lendistry step to the table and be available when the rules are being created, whether those be rules related to SBA, grant programs, or other deployment programs, but also start to build technology, because we are a fintech, start to build technology where other mission-based lenders can come to the table, and so that they can provide access to capital where they might not have the infrastructure. The second thing we've been looking at is how do we streamline the process? You know, one of the things that we think is a disadvantage to small businesses is there's no what we call community rapport. And what we mean by that is if you get a residential loan, no matter where every single person on this panel and I are in different cities, but if we were getting a home mortgage, we could all talk about the application process as the same experience, at least from the application we fill out and likely the process. When it comes to things like SBA, there's multiple different processes, multiple different ways. And so what Lendistry is now doing is working on technology so that we can start thinking about how we can have multiple partners, and when I say multiple, I mean in the hundreds, start to deploy capital simultaneously. And then the third thing we've been thinking about is more on kind of the macro level, which is how do we, or maybe the micro level, is how do we think about these new programs that are coming along, like the infrastructure bill and these agreements with cities, states, and counties to do more NWBE, more WEB programs. And so what we're doing now is we're building a technology program for contractors. And what it'll allow contractors to do is get pre-approved before they put in their RFP, and then they'll be able to turn around once they win the RFP and have mobilization capital. So we're pretty excited about that. That's a new product that's coming out next month. It'll roll out here nationally. We're going to start with a couple of cities and counties and states, and then start to roll it out on a much broader scale with some private institutions.
Okay, excellent. You know, that's a great segue to our next panelist. I love, Everett, what you said, mission-based lenders. And that's exactly what the Urban Empowerment Fund is. So, Sarah, could you talk about, as a new CDFI affiliated with the major civil rights and urban advocacy organization, how will the Urban Empowerment Fund engage and assist minority-owned businesses to access capital?
Thank you, Michael. I just want to set a little bit of context. As you mentioned, the Urban Empowerment Fund is a subsidiary of the National Urban League. And as of the first quarter of 2022, the Urban Empowerment Fund, UEF as we call it, became a certified CDFI, which really simply means that it meets the regulatory requirements set by the CDFI fund that includes lending or financing activity, as well as providing development services to small businesses across the country. That said, I joined UEF in February, and since I've joined, we've been in early stage development of the overall small business lending operations of the Urban Empowerment Fund. That strategy, or the strategic plan, as we call it, calls for several pilot loan funds and programs in select markets across the country, where we hope to gain enough intel and information about individual markets so that we can build the most effective and efficient loan fund that we can, utilizing the resources that are available to us. I do know, spending the last 2.5 years overseeing several lending programs across the country at a different CDFI, that there's more money out there for small businesses today than there's been, at least in my career. UEF is my 5th CDFI that I'm working for. That said, CDFI is we're at the forefront of getting those dollars out, as Everett mentioned earlier, and not one CDFI is taking credit for it. I think what has guided that has been collaboration, in a sense, to compete by all CDFIs that are involved in these different type of loan programs and loan funds across the country. And that's what we really hope to do is leverage the NUO networks of affiliates and entrepreneurship centers, as well as affiliates that are participating in the SBA Navigator program to be able to reach small businesses in each of their community, providing not just capital, but also development services to support the overall lending ecosystem in that market. So I say all of that to say, I don't have an answer as far as what type of loan program or rates or terms we're gonna offer. We're developing that as we speak, and all of what we're gonna learn over the next 6 to 12 months through our pilot programs are gonna really guide our plan. Are gonna guide the programs. Are gonna guide the rates. Gonna guide the terms. Gonna guide the collateral guarantee requirements that are the important things for small businesses. And today prevent some small businesses to access capital. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, that is something that I'm sure our small business owners across the country are definitely looking forward to when you do roll it out. So I can envision that you'll be working with the affiliates in different urban league footprint. Is that a fair statement?
It is not. That is a fact. Our goal is to leverage the relationships that they have that is close to the small businesses in their respective markets to be able to get the dollars out that is maybe not available currently in that market, or maybe it is currently available, but we can enhance it through the Urban Empowerment Fund to get it out to small businesses in each of those communities. For sure. I think the affiliates know the communities better than I definitely, certainly better than we do. And working closely with them is an important step to get into where we want the Urban Empowerment Fund to be.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for clarifying that. Bahia, let me come to you. Can you speak on to how your support of historically underrepresented and women-led fund managers will translate into better opportunities for diverse businesses? And what was your access to capital journey? What has it been like?
The second part is a very long story. I won't bore you with that. But I will say that, what I think we've all realized is that there has to be a blended capital approach to small business growth, right? And particularly in our communities of color. We need debt financing or loans. We need equity investment, right? As we continue to grow and build, our businesses, whether they're technology enabled or not. Some businesses require more capital, right? They're more capital intensive. And in my journey as a, impact investor, early stage venture capital investor, beginning with Africa, and then realizing that our communities here also need the same type of technical assistance, support, programs, and capital. I started again to kind of look at we need top down and bottom up, right? Support and solutions. And so what I was seeing at the top was, again, not a lot of people that look like us actually controlling larger amounts of capital, which then kind of trickles down to medium size and then smaller businesses. It's really a supply chain of capital that most, other minority communities and majority communities that don't look like us have access to, right? Either through friends and family support, through non-predatory lending, right? There's these things that are barriers for our community that historically, there's other historical things, as we all know, that have kept us from really building and generating wealth. And so again, I thought in 2016, 17, before the pandemic, that no one was really looking at the faces of venture capital, the private equity investors. They did not look like me. They did not look like a lot of us on this call. And I wondered what correlation there was between folks at middle market and above not looking like us, contributing to small and medium-sized businesses, and realized that I could be a disruptor at that level because no one was really focused on it. And so I built a platform of all women-led and new majority Black, Brown, Indigenous managers, again, investing. Each fund invests in 20 to 30 companies. And so my idea was, if you scale those fund managers that are all each one of them are investing in 20 to 30 companies, and they're building a fund 1, a fund 2, a fund 3, and there's an aggregate of those, now you're starting to see exponential growth in terms of access to capital from an equity perspective into technology-enabled companies. And I'll give you a little bit of that aha moment was, after I decided to start to kind of shift a little bit from the Africa investment community back into our communities here in the US. I was raising capital for Black women. At the time, 17 Black women had raised more than $1 million, about 2016-17, out of 23.5 million Black women. 17 had raised more than $1 million of equity capital. And it bothered me, it made me angry. And I thought, again, why are so few women of color, Black women like me, not having access to that type of capital? And again, there were no Black women investing in other Black women. It just didn't exist. And so I endeavored to build this platform. We have now supported over the last year 40 funds, all again investing in 20 to 40 companies each. So that's exponential growth. And we're also building our own platform to invest in the best of the managers that we have helped along the way. So we're excited to continue to build a pathway and a pipeline of capital in support and in partnership with public sector, government, and other private equity and larger investment firms that are now, after COVID, like, wait, we don't have any people of color or women in our portfolio, like none. I mean, everyone was like, aha moment. And we're like, yeah, I mean, this is what, the nation looks like, and we should have all the same access to capital as everyone else does. So that's a little bit of my journey and our why and how we are building the field.
Wow, that's an exciting story, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I want to mention to our audience, please visit the NUL website to learn more about our speakers, because time will not give justice to their wealth of backgrounds. You can read more about them, and I'm sure you could connect and ask them follow-up questions through other platforms as you look at their profile on LinkedIn and different places. So let's go ahead and continue the discussion. Before I open it up for general question, you did mention something around debt versus equity.
Right.
Let's make sure that we bring everybody along, right?
Yeah.
Could you educate everybody that's listening the difference between debt and equity, and when is the right time for the equity versus debt?
Sure. It depends, right? I knew we were going to get into the kind of solutions for small business. So one is identifying what type of business you're building. For brick and mortar businesses, a lot of times until you get to a point of revenue growth where you really need to scale, like you want to become a franchise or you have multiple locations, you're gonna really access debt capital, which are loans, small business loans, forgivable loans, local, regional, or even national programs like through the SBA and other banks like Wells Fargo, right? To access that growth capital because you're projecting your revenue enough that you can pay back those loans, right? You can continue to grow. Then you get to a point once you've grown significantly with and you can look this up, but EBITDA of maybe $3 to $5 million or more, then you can start kind of courting what they call private equity investors that are really going to give you, multiples, like millions of dollars, but they want to see you grow, beyond region, maybe even beyond, national borders with your particular business. It depends on the business that you have. So think of equity as for brick and mortar businesses as something that's a later stage opportunity for you. for technologically enabled businesses like startups, media platforms, fintech platforms, et cetera, you need a lot of capital in the beginning of your business, but you need to be able to hire more team, right? You're not just in a brick and mortar restaurant or barbershop or whatever. You need folks that can build and design, right, platforms. And so you're going to need some additional capital on the front end. Now, that could be, a loan, right? That could be part of what we call the capital stack. You could get some loan, even some grant capital, depending again on where you are and what you have access to. But you're also going to potentially be a candidate for equity. And so what a venture capitalist does from an equity perspective is we say, well, we are going to stake you. We're going to put $300,000, $500,000 into your company at the front end, in the beginning of your kind of vetted platform. You've already gotten some customers, you've already built something of this platform. And we say, this is exactly what the customer needs. We want to help you grow it. And we're going to give you, meaning put equity into your company, but we want a piece of that company, right? So we actually want some ownership stake. So unlike a loan, which is typically not taking ownership, we are actually betting that if we have an ownership stake in your company for this exchange, 300, 500, even $1 million, that we're going to help you grow. And then you're going to exit. You're going to grow. You're going to, be able to show profits, and at some point either be acquired or go public. And so venture capital is all based on bets, right? Can we invest in a number of highly scalable tech-enabled companies that are going to grow so much that we'll get our money back and then some, right? Times a multiple. So that's just a quick kind of overview of when to think about loans or debt versus when to think about really going after equity or venture capital.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for breaking it down. I think that is crystal clear now to a lot of people. I want to open up a question for everybody. And I'll start with you, Bob. What kind of advice would you give to any underrepresented business, minority businesses, women businesses that are still struggling post-pandemic to access capital? What kind of advice would you give?
Yeah, I think there are a couple things. And I think that what we all have to realize is that, as Bahia said, it's a nuanced issue because not all businesses are the same. And so to me, the first thing is really kind of, who do you have? Information is power. And so who do you have advising you? Who is it? Peer entrepreneurs? We need to share more information with each other so we have an understanding of the things that are out there for us. The second thing I would say is, we all need a board of advisors, folks who will tell you the truth because they love you and that they will be honest with you about your business plans, the things you're working on, how you're approaching your business. You need a small group of people who you are going to be very transparent with, and they can guide you. The last thing I'll say, Michael, is really understanding that even though we're in a highly technological environment, relationships matter. You need a relationship with a banker, okay? A banker who knows who you are, who can advocate for your business, and can help you in the small business ecosystem. And so that banker, we are very particular about who we do business with, or what vendors we use, or what accountant we choose, or what attorney we use. We need to be as particular about the person who's going to be that advocate for us, if from a financial perspective, but specifically with banks. And those things, to me, are sort of the foundation of helping us and underserved small businesses not only just survive, but thrive.
Yes, Absolutely. And I'm so glad you said that. A lot of people think they need capital, and then they think, show me where to fill out the form, right? What application to fill out. But I love what you started with, board of advisors. You need relationships. That's another word you use. Start building relationship with your local bank, with people in your community, the CDFI, so they know you, they know your story, they can advocate for you. Thank you for that great insight, Bob. Let's go to Oseremi. Oseremi, having worked with all these different CDFI in different loan programs, you've seen it all, I assume. What advice, based on all that collective experiences that you've had in different communities across the country, what advice would you give those that are still struggling, trying to penetrate this access to capital wall?
Yeah, my interpretation of your question, especially the capital pieces, both debt and equity, and how can I, or what advice do I have to a business that is looking or struggling? There are two things. One is really every lender or every investor is looking for two main things: is the ability for them to get their whatever they put into you back with a return, and that's determined by what we call cash flow, and your character. And I think if you, as a business owner, can determine those two things, or the risk that your business presents as it relates to those two things, and what mitigating factors you can present to the lender to assure them that you're going to pay them back. I think once you have those in check, it increases the likelihood of you accessing capital. And then the second part of it is to look local. I think there are many municipalities, smaller lenders, CDFIs, credit unions that have more capital now that they're able to deploy with favorable rates, favorable terms, flexible credit requirement, and you should look local. You don't always have to think about the big banks or the big lenders that are out there. I think there are local organizations and CDFIs in your community, in every community in America, that will be willing to lend to you, despite you posing what banks or other lenders might consider high risk. So if you can determine your ability to repay a loan and present that in a way that a lender can get comfortable, and or present mitigating factors that a lender can get comfortable lending to you, I think that gives you a better chance of accessing capital than otherwise.
Okay, I love that. Again, what I gleaned from what you said, ability to pay the money back, right? Whether it's equity, whether it's loan, you have to have integrity, right? And then another ability to pay back, you may have integrity, you may have great character, but you have no cash flow, right? So you have to be able to demonstrate that this business will cash flow to pay this money back, because nobody want to put the investment to go back. It may go back down the road, right? But upfront, you want to have confidence that this person will pay the money back. Am I saying that right, bankers and investors?
100%.
Okay, all right, thank you for giving me an amen on that. How about you, Everett? Any word of advice before we begin to open it up to Q&A from the platform?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I'm gonna just echo what you said. Rule number one is pay me back, and rule number two is don't forget rule number one. But that being said, I'll give you a couple other ones, which are really about a business having strategy. And I think right now, Senator Carter mentioned some of this, and he really focused on SBA. But I think it's important that the business owners know that the states have a considerable amount of money under the American Rescue Plan, under infrastructure and other things like that. Every state right now has some type of money that could be deployed in grant programs. Obviously, the state small business agency and or the governor, the executive of the state, will make the decisions about where that money goes. But I think that business owners should be strategic about looking for these programs through their economic development corporations. The second thing is that the states also receive the money from Treasury called State Small Business Credit Initiative. These are programs that are going to help with VC money. These are programs that are going to help with credit enhancements when you don't have strong collateral. And these are going to be programs that are going to also give out some grant programs. So I think it's important that the small business owner is strategic in what they're looking at. The next part of strategy, I would just say is, and this is mentioned by other panelists, just kind of know where you are. and you have to understand market conditions. Right now, if you're an employee, it's actually a pretty good market considering the jobs that are available. People are paying more. There's talk of the Great Resignation. I've got two thoughts about that, but bottom line is that now is the time where you could still have your day job, keep earning a regular wage while you're building your business up. I see many times in underrepresented communities, we quit the day job and then start the business. And there's about 2 to 3 years when you're starting your business where you learn a lot of lessons. It'd be great if you were learning those lessons while you still had a steady rate of pay, so you don't have some of the other issues, mental stress, payroll, different things like that comes along with business ownership. So again, I think the strategy is important. And as you mentioned, having those business service organizations, those community service organizations like National Urban League to help guide them through this, I also think is pretty important.
Okay, excellent. And let me just, something that operative word that you use, strategic. You have to be strategic, right, Everett? Strategic. Right. And part of that strategy based on our current environment, the states, the counties, the local governments, they received a lot of dollars. I know in my community in Cleveland, Ohio, I think our city received $524 million from American Rescue Plan. The states is something in the billions. The county received about 200 something million. This is just in my local Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. So find out how much your city and county received. Now, the importance of that, Everett was pointed out, is meant for job creation. Is meant for businesses like you that are out there trying to create jobs. So a lot of these cities and states and counties are working on designing how to push these funds out through their economic development departments to help people like you. So think local. And I'm gonna close this segment with this little African adage that I'm gonna paraphrase. A lot of times, what you're looking up in the sky is right under your nose. So a lot of times you're searching the website and looking for all this money all over the place, and all these people that are sending you mail and saying 24 hours, I'm gonna put money in your bank account, run from them. Those are predatory lenders. We don't want you to become victim to those fly-by-night lenders. Go local first, local banks, local CDFI, your city government, your county government, your state government. Ask them the question, what program do you have to help me as I'm trying to survive in your community and create jobs? So that's a great words of wisdom all of you just shared. And we're gonna open it up to Mr. Julius. You have some questions for us. I see the chat is blowing up.
It certainly is. We've had some great questions in the chat. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
We've had some great interactions in the chat, and many of the questions Bahia has been answering while she's speaking. So thank you for that. I think the best way to, I can break down essentially the kinds of questions that we've gotten. And they essentially come down to other barriers beyond, sort of in the bucket of accessing increased credit opportunities. But for example, one person noted some limitations with respect to the kinds of documents they have to submit when requesting a loan, and specifically a requirement, a 4-month time frame for income, I guess, is essentially relative to the whole year. I'm not familiar with this particular sort of process, but to the extent that you guys can weigh in on sort of broadly how small business owners can better sort of position themselves so that the loan can get approved, that'd be helpful. And I think the other question we had was about mentorship opportunities. And I think Mr. Marshall touched on this a little bit, but it's not just the networks you have, but just having someone to help guide you through that process, or tell you if you need to rework, do your paperwork, or, sort of make changes to them prior to submitting them, things like that. How can small business owners sort of access those resources? And also, I think, frankly, access the knowledge that you all bring to bear here and the networks you have.
Okay, let's start with, take it in chunks, in bite chunks. Let's start with the checklist. They're called, bankers like to call it checklist, right, Bob? So what are the critical checklists? What are the documentation, some of the things that are very common no matter where you go, right? Whether you come to Wells Fargo, whether you go to a CDFI, what are the typical documentation that banks and lenders usually ask businesses to provide and that businesses most of the time struggle with? Can you touch on those, Bob? Let's start with you, Bob, and then Everett.
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, just some generic things. They want proof that your entity is viable. And so that, that's pretty standard fare. Articles of incorporation, whatever you have, depending on the kind of business, they want that. The second thing is they're going to want financial information. Banks are historical lenders. And so they're going to want a certain number of typically 2 years tax returns for the business and the individual to use to decision the request. From what Julius is saying, I think what is happening is early in the year, you only have a couple of months, 3-4 months of financials that show how the business is operating. And so they may want projections in the interim for the rest of the year, Michael. And those projections, they're going to ask questions about, how you going to derive revenue, how you going to make money, what expenses are you going to have, and what's going to be your net post that. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is record keeping, making sure that you can provide that information to people and know that they will have questions that they're going to ask to really kind of kick the tires, to understand your plan, to know how you're going to execute that plan, and how you're going to come out, on the other side. To me, that's sort of the foundation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bob. Let's go to Bahia. Bahia, could you touch on mentoring? I'm sure that's a big area for women businesses, finding the right mentor in this whole access to capital ecosystem. What are your thoughts and advice in that area?
It's similar to what a lot of the gentlemen on the panel are saying. You want to find mentors that are specific to your area of focus for your business. That's going to, and it can be diversified, meaning you can have a banker who focuses on small and medium-sized loans, right? That might be a mentor to help you think about how you're building your credit, right? Credit, we haven't really talked about, but is another factor in this kind of integrity snapshot of, are you going to do well with your business? Are you going to be, if you're getting loans, are you going to be able to pay it back either through revenue or through other means? Credit is one of those, barriers to entry for our community, definitely, but there are a lot of new fintech platforms that help disrupt credit worthiness and really thinking about all of the credit, all the things that you pay for, and how can you build a credit score that's just beyond your car note and your car insurance and those type of basic things. And so credit is something that's we all need mentors that can give us a roadmap of what the next 3 to 5 to 10 years of whatever business we're trying to build needs, right? So we want to know on the early stage, and I've been trying to support some of the questions in the chat with, looking at the business, or for one person, the nonprofit that you're building. You really want to build a roadmap for your for-profit or nonprofit business for the next 3 and 5 and 10 years, and then figure out what you don't know and who you can build around in your own community of leaders, of educators, of mentors that really help you think through those things. Because again, we don't know what we don't know. But as we continue to build, build these tech-enabled, but also brick and mortar businesses and nonprofits, we need to have access not just to the capital, but also to the resources. So mentors play a really significant role in helping us map the trajectory of our business, and to sometimes, encourage us maybe not to go in a particular direction, maybe to veer in a different direction, depending on what type of problem we're trying to solve or what type of service that we're trying to provide with our business.
Everett, anything you want to add to the mentoring piece?
Yeah, I think of mentoring, and if it's okay, Michael, I'll answer in both the mentoring and the loan, and with basically the same answer. I think sometimes as small businesses, we need to take a step back and really understand that there's what's called positive marketing. There's not negative marketing. And so let me bring this really mainstream. Julius had a question for somebody who had 4 months of income as running a tax preparer establishment. We actually do those types of loans. We just want you to have 3 years, or if you have less than 3 years, we need to attach one of our guarantee programs at federal or state. Now, can you go to the Lender Street website and see that? The answer is no, because that's a very specific item you have. And so what I want to encourage business owners, and I'm going to try to make it really simple, when you're thinking about loans or you're thinking about people who could advise you, this is the way I want you to think about it. If I were to ask you, what does Dunkin' Donuts sell? What would you say? You probably would say, coffee and donuts. And I'd say, well, how do you know that? Why don't they sell pizza? Why don't they sell cheeseburgers? Is there a sign on the front that says that we don't sell pizza or we don't sell cheeseburgers? No, what happens is you go in and you experience the restaurant and you learn what they sell. You have to treat your banks and your mentors the exact same way. You go in, you ask questions that pertain to you, and then you're going to get answers. And then later on, you're going to figure out this is the right place for you to shop. There are banks out there that do auto loans. And so if you go in there and talk about small businesses, they don't know what you're talking about. If they do residential loans and you go in there and talk about small businesses, they don't know what you're talking about. If you go to a mentor and you ask about credit repair and they're a marketing expert, they might not know what you're talking about. So I think as small business owners, we have to start taking that initiative to ask more questions, as opposed to doing things like applying first. Because what happens when we apply first, we get declined, and then we kind of lose the rapport and we lose the trust of the whole institution. Where we're not recognizing that this place just sells coffee and donuts, and we just have to understand that. So hopefully that helps some of the small business owners out there.
Excellent. Thank you. Osirami, you have anything you want to add before I go to the next question?
I can add a little bit of Sure, I can add a little bit of context on sort of like the documentations that are required typically for lenders to determine if they can make you a loan or not. And they're typically the same documents that across the board for every type of lender. Usually the question that I encourage small businesses to ask or try to determine is why the lenders are actually asking for these documents. Most of the time, almost all the time, lenders aren't just asking for these documents or requesting these documents just to have them, but they're using all of the documents and the information that documents provide to determine the creditworthiness of an applicant. So for example, Bob mentioned the articles of incorporation. Well, if I'm going to lend to a business, I need to know that the business is actually legally able to operate in its specific jurisdiction. So that's why I asked for the articles. Financial statements, which includes personal or business tax return over a couple of years. That's used to determine the ability for this business, based on its historical track record, to pay back the loan that it's asking for. That is why banks or lenders ask for it. A business debt schedule is a common item, or a list of debts that the business has is a common item that lenders ask for. That is used to determine cash flow. It's used to determine, based on your operations historically and the debt that you pay back every month, if I give you additional capital, can you still afford to pay me back? And then lastly, bank business plans or bank statements. A lot of fintech lenders these days utilize the Plaid or system to determine credit and debits in your bank accounts, to determine the ability for a business to pay back a loan. So again, these documents are not just requested just to be requested, they're requested because it helps the credit analyst on the back end to determine the creditworthiness or the ability of your business to repay. And I don't think it's wrong for you as a business owner, when asked to provide a document, to ask why. I think a lender should be able to provide you the reason or explain the reason why they're asking for those documents.
Okay,
Hey,
excellent.
Michael, I
Yes.
just want to, Oseremi brought up something. He implied it in what he was saying that I think is an important point. Early on, you are your business. You're connected. And so your personal credit and how the business does matters the most. As you grow, as sort of Bahi was talking about, and your revenues get larger, then you begin to separate the entity from the person. But in the beginning, you are the business and the business is you. And that's why they're looking at both the personal and the business.
Excellent. So we are, as we're running to the finish line here, I saw some questions that were trying to fly. Some of them we addressed, but I want to just kind of recap some of the questions people are asking. And thank you, Bahia, for sharing some micro loan programs that are out there. I will also suggest to people, if you have Urban League in your local community, we have Entrepreneurship Center in a dozen of them across the country. If you don't have an Entrepreneurship Center in your city, the Urban League, you could also Google where you are SBDC, Small Business Development Centers. That is an SBA program. There are a wealth of information about who the micro lenders are in your local community. You heard Bob talk about some CDFIs that they invest in. They invest in these micro loan banks through their community development efforts, put money in CDFIs to help make micro loans, because the banks may not be in the position to provide the technical assistance that go with micro loans. So please, please, please look at your local resources. SBDC, someone also asked a question about grant funding in Virginia. We said every community in America received American Rescue Plan dollars. Go to your city hall, go to the economic development area and ask them, go to your county government, ask them, what grant program do you have out there? A lot of them come out, it's sent through emails. If you're not on the list, you don't hear about it, and the money is gone. So you need to be proactive, get your business on the list. And a good place to do that is your SBDCs, your Entrepreneurship Center, the Urban League, your CDCs in your local community, your local bank. A lot of times, the branch, they know CDFIs in your community. Hopefully that helps somebody. In closing, I want all of you all to give one piece of nugget of wisdom, advice for each of business owners that are listening. Let's do a reverse. Bahia, let's start with you. Closing thoughts and final wisdom.
Know your business, build your own roadmap, find mentors that can challenge you and that can give you more insight onto your roadmap.
Excellent. Let's go to Oseremi. I may have the reverse order wrong, but Oseremi, what your last words of wisdom?
No worries. Ensure that you're not only working on your business, but you're working on yourself. Pay yourself if you can. Put money away for retirement if you can. That's my piece of advice.
That was a great one. Bob, how about you, Bob?
I love what Bahia and Oseremi has said already. The one thing I would say is transparency. Talk about your business. Nobody's going to know about it if you don't talk about it. Be open about it, and really focus on finding folks who you know can be helpful and supportive of you and your business. That could be peers, that could be mentors who may be in business 2 to 3 years and folks who've been in it for 10 or 20 years. Everybody has information that can help you as you develop and grow your business.
Great, thank you, Bob. Everett.
So first I would say listen to Bahia, Osireme, and Bob. And then, next, I think I would just tell you to take big risks. And it's okay to be rejected, declined, not get funded, etc. Anyone that's worth their salt that's been in business a long time tells you they've heard a lot more no's than they've heard yeses. And so I would just tell you, keep going and keep fighting and keep moving ahead and find ways to keep your mental health straight. So whether that's eat an ice cream cone or jump on a Peloton, whatever you got to do to keep that mental straight, you got to keep going as a business owner.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Those are great words of wisdom. I want to remind everybody to check the chat. One of my colleagues, Classy Duncan in Louisiana, put a link on how to, an SBA link that I just saw on the chat. Please make note of that link. Those looking for local lenders in your community. Click on that link and it will get you to SBA websites that will share, where that will give you information about lenders in your market. I'm going to East at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. I would like to keep the time, and I want to just give my little closing remarks and closing wisdom. Be coachable. You may have mentors, but they'll run from you if you don't listen. If they give you advice and you're not listening to them and you're not having follow-up questions, and they will run from you. So be coachable, continuously learn, continuously visit your entrepreneurship center and learn about new information. You don't have to take every advice, but at least take a little bit. Okay. So Julius, are you there? Julius, anything, any housekeeping things we need to share before we close?
Yeah, I believe that's about it. And I think I want to reiterate on behalf of Joy and Mark Morial and the Urban League, I just want to thank you guys for being here. In the last couple of years, what we now know is the census is showing, obviously, minorities are the leading growth population-wise. And since the pandemic, minorities are leading new business growth development, and particularly Black women. And the kinds of advice that the panelists here, and just this panel and everyone here, the kind of work that you do is going to be even more important in the coming years. So we again want to thank you for taking the time. And if anyone has any follow-up questions, please feel free to email us and we can connect you with any of the panelists. But that should wrap it for us.
Yeah, please stay tuned. I just saw Stephanie Devane, who is the director for National Urban League Entrepreneurship Center. There's some closing announcements and remarks. I want to thank the panelists for your support and your insight and words of wisdom. We are very grateful for the work you do in the ecosystems around this access to capital. Stephanie Devane, over to you, or whoever is making an announcement.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Susie Felice, and we'll both have a couple of closing remarks. Susie? I think you're on mute.
Oh, someone muted me. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Susie Felice. I'm the Vice President for Policy and Legislative Affairs with the National Urban League. I want to thank you for joining us for the National Urban League Small Business Capitol Hill Summit. This does conclude the public part of our summit today. There was a wealth of information and resources shared on how to access capital, counseling, and contracting opportunities to start and grow your business. And we also learned some good tips on how to use congressional advocacy to address the challenges to help your businesses succeed. If you missed any part of this summit, you're in luck, because the full summit will be posted on the National Urban League's website at nul.org and on the National Urban League's YouTube platform. Tomorrow, a small delegation of National Urban League entrepreneurship centers and small business owners will participate in closed-door meetings with key leaders in the U.S. House and Senate. And now I want to give my colleague Stephanie Devane an opportunity to share any closing thoughts. Stephanie?
Thank you so much, Susie. And so I really just want to close out with some thank yous. Thank you first and foremost to our dynamic panelists for sharing your time, talent, and your pearls of wisdom. I know you were going to thought I was going to say treasure, but pearls of wisdom. Thank you so much to our audience for your attention and your engagement, and really for all the hard work that you do every day in your business. We certainly hope that you found today's summit to be of interest and of great value. I know that I did. And last but never least, I want to say a big, big thank you to Wells Fargo, our longtime sponsor and supporter. Your commitment and partnership are very much appreciated, and we really could not do this great work without you. So thank you to everyone. Have a great rest of the day, and hope you enjoyed the summit.
And actually, before we adjourn, we invite you to continue the conversation with the National Urban League on Tuesday, June 7th and Wednesday, June 8th at our annual legislative